Round of applause. Over to you.
Check. Thank you so much, Christoph. At the outset, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I think the conference starting off yesterday has really set a great tone, especially for all of us, seeing that taking not only the aspect of being sportsmen, but also the concept of sportsmanship. And this is something that what I feel that my entire panel, very, very erudite panel, and I must actually say that I'm actually having the actual pressure to perform right now and to live up to all of you. But it's a pleasure to be here with such a wonderful panel. One thing that what we really need to understand is that what Gurudev told us yesterday, it really struck a great chord, saying that today sports are played as wars and wars are played as games. What does this really signify is that the aspect of humaneness, the aspect of humanity perhaps is missing in a game. Before, when games were played, people used to appreciate one another. People used to actually play the game as a game. People used to enjoy. But when we saw that a whole lot of competition started to come in, this definition of competition, rather than competing with oneself to become better, competing with the other person and wanting to put the other person down, started to take a much higher role. And I think this is where the aspect of spirituality comes in and shows us, saying that the aspect of being a great sportsman is also very, very well founded in the concept of sportsmanship. And today here, I have a very erudite panel with me, and I must actually start off with a very good friend of mine, Mr. Eric Solheim, a global leader and expert on environment and development. And he also recently has been elected as one of the advisors to the Sri Lankan government to be an advisor on their environment panel as well. I also have Mr. Kalyan Chaube, the president of All India Football Federation, with me. Mr. Inge Anderson, senior business consultant and sports coach. Mr. Erik Henningsen, an experienced leader with a background in Norwegian armed forces from the financial industry and also sports management. We're going to hear a lot from you, sir. Dr. Babak Karan, who's joined us online, who's the founding chairman of the board of SBMT, that's the Society for Brain Mapping and Therapeutics and Brain Mapping Foundation. Thank you very much for joining us online, Dr. Babak. Could we please have Dr. Babak on screen right now? He's there on screen, yes. So, Dr. Babak is the founding chairman and the chairman of the board of SBMT and Brain Mapping Foundation, the scientific director of SBMT and Brain Mapping Foundation as well. He's also the director of the National Center of Nanobioelectronics, director of Brain Technology and Innovation Park, BTIP. He's also the chairman of the Science Advisory Board of Spinotron, the cancer radiosurgery medtech company, and also a member and advisory board member of AI MED Robotics, a brain cancer and medtech device company. So, Doctor, it's such a pleasure and honor to have you here with us. Thank you very much for joining us from the US. We do understand that it's very late for you, but appreciate the sportsmanship on being with us here so late. So we really look forward to listening to you, and I do have a couple of questions to you myself. Thank you very much for joining us. Over to you. And before you begin, just another housekeeping announcement for all my speakers here is that I would request that all of us keep our speech and our keynote limited to 7 minutes so that we could also have a round of question and answers later. Thank you very much. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chastri, for a great introduction, and I should thank my dear friend, Guru Dr. Shri Shri Ravi Shankar, for his generous invitation and support of our foundations here and our organization. It's a great honor to be part of the 6th World Summit on Ethics and Leadership in Sport. And also, it's a great honor to be part of this luminary and eclectic group of leaders on the stage. I apologize, I could not make it to the event due to last-minute technical visa issues. So I wanted to start my comments about the importance of health and mental health and taking care of our physical brain. As a neuroscientist, obviously, this is our priority. So I think it is very important that we pay attention to the safety of sport in terms of traumatic brain injury, in terms of spinal injuries, and also peripheral nerve injuries that could occur in cricket, occur in other sports like football and soccer and so on. And it's very important that we train our sportsmen and women about the safety of their brain, so they be aware of their brain condition when they go to these athletic events. So in that regards, obviously, we have been working with NFL and National Hockey League and other organizations globally, and we would be delighted to work with our colleagues here on the panel. The other important issue that is very important for the ethics and also safety is importance of paying attention to the mental health of sportsmen and women, and providing them with necessary support at the time of defeat, and then teach them that defeat is an introduction to progress and achievement later on. But also, we need to make sure that our sportsmen and women will be healthy, in a sense, do not use drugs and opioids and doping, which is very rampant in some societies. And as part of the Society for Brain Mapping and Therapeutics, we are basically launching a brain initiative in India in collaboration with Guru Dr. Shri Ravi Shankar's organization, Art of Life Foundation. And I hope we could actually engage many of you in this brain initiative, which is focused on mental health and neurological health and disorders. Furthermore, I would like to touch upon the importance of camaraderie and teamwork, and how being a sportsman and woman could actually help us be a much more effective human being in real life. Me, myself, I'm a 20 times marathon runner. I run about 1,000 miles per year. So a marathon to me is a form of meditation, because as I run 18, 20 miles, several times per week, I kind of zone out, and that really helps calm down my senses and look into my inner, I would say, Babak, and kind of reflect. So sport is very important, not only physically, but also mentally. Sport is very important for mental health. Many of the patients who are suffering from mental health could actually benefit from sports. So I think our job as athletes is to engage our friends who are maybe suffering from depression and bipolar disorder and so on to sport activity, and that could be really helpful. So finally, I just want to bring our attention to one important, very, very important issue which is happening in Iran, and that's about the Iranian woman right, and they are being persecuted by the regime, and their freedom is taken away. They have been killed and jailed. So I think it is very important in these type of summits, we also look at the ethics of our involvement in global activities like the war in Ukraine. We have to raise our voice and help those people as the Art of Life Foundation is doing and we are doing in Ukraine. But also we have to raise our voices and protect those who are being violated. So I think it's very important that we not only look at the sports as a physical mental activity, but look at the sports as a global activity that could really set the tone for ethics and leadership. So with that, I turn the floor to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think that was really fantastic, the way you encapsulated the aspect of mental health also in being a sportsman. A question that what I have for you is that, does it really help sportsmen from being a sportsman from a very young age? Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Check. Can you hear me now? Can we make, can the sound go across to Doctor? Check.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Check. All right. So, Doctor, thank you very much for that. I have one question for you. Does it really help a sportsman to start off with sports at a very young age? Does it also help train the brain in a much more efficient manner for them to grow up?
Sure. The answer is on the top corner here. That's my my first cup that I got when I was 5 years old. So I was running, in the actually preschool. So yes, the answer is yes, because if you get to the sports mindset from the very early on, it really changes your mentality in terms of, even solving your problems, helping others, and it really gets you to a mentality of camaraderie. So that's the first section of your question. I'm sorry, what was the second section you got cut off?
Yeah, the second question is that, does it help train the brain to actually function more efficient while it grows up?
Yeah, so I think, of course, training the brain is brain is like a muscle. If you read more, you attract yourself to knowledge and new material. Brain plasticity, which is basically a reformation of structures in the brain and connectome of the brain, will help you actually develop that part of the brain. So that brain plasticity, not only works for the muscles. So if you work out your muscles, the area of the brain, the motor neurons of the brain, going to expand and make connections. It's going to be expanding. The same thing for memory. So I think it's just a matter of exercising the brain, and of course protecting it so you don't get the concussion and neurotrauma.
Check. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now over to my next speaker, Mr. Erik Solheim, a global leader and an expert on environment and development. He is the former executive director of the United Nations Environment Program from Norway. Currently, he is a senior advisor at the World Resources Institute and president of the Belt and Road Green Development Institute in Beijing. He is also a chief mentor of the Global Alliance of Sustainable Planet and the chairman of the board of Afroz Shah Foundation in Mumbai. He also recently has become the advisor to the government of Sri Lanka in terms of sustainable and also in terms of its environment resources as well. So Mr. Erik, over to you. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you so much, Arvin, and good morning, Bengaluru. Namaste to everyone. I cannot tell you how really pleased I was this morning waking up here at this fantastically beautiful ashram, looking to the beauty of this place with all the trees, all the greeneries, and of course knowing how Gurudev has developed this place over the last 40 years. It's such a fantastic start of the day. So thank you to all of you for being part of this. Then I will tell you about the moment where I was most famous here in India. I've been with Prime Minister Modi. I've been with Gurudev. I've been with a lot of leaders in this land, but never I was so famous, and that's when I had 30 seconds at the cricket final in Mumbai. In these 30 seconds, I handed over the trophy to the person, the team who won. I can't recall, I think maybe it was Hyderabad, but the team who won the cricket final. And I said maybe 15 words about the environment. And after that, everyone I met, every single Indian I met anywhere, told me, oh, I saw you on TV yesterday. Yes, some people also saw me with Modi and with Gurudev and with some others, but nothing like cricket. And of course, in this land, there are two religions, Hinduism and cricket. We Europeans don't understand cricket. We think it's the most boring of all sports. Our heart is with soccer and with other sports, but just to hammer in the importance of sport and how sport can define society. And I will mention how sports can influence three main issues: peace, environment, and health. And I believe these are probably the three most important issues for humanity today. Sport is the defining issue for patriotism everywhere in the world. No one frankly understands this better than Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Please look, whenever an Indian wins in some sport somewhere in the world, Prime Minister Modi will immediately send a telegram, put it out on social media, and celebrate this achievement of India. Why is he doing this? Well, because he is a sportsman himself. Maybe his 20 years in RSS, which of course put a lot of emphasis on sportsmanship. Maybe that's the background. But it's for sure because he believed that sport is a key to keep this nation together. Every Indian celebrates the success of an Indian, whether you are Hindu, Christian, or Muslim, whether you are from the north and the south, you celebrate Indian success. So it's a force, it's a glue in society. In Norway, I will claim in my nation that sport is probably the biggest glue in society. Every Norwegian supports Norway in sports. You may be 5 kilometers from your Swedish friends, but still you support the Norwegian, even if that Norwegian is from a place 15,000 kilometers from your place. So sports has an enormously important role to keep nations together and for patriotism. That's a force for good, but of course it's also potentially a source for bad, because patriotism can also be a force against others. And that's why we need to keep sports as a bridge, as a way of showing respect to others. Even if we fight hard in sports, we need to keep sportsmanship, and we need to respect the other person or the other nation. There was once even a war starting by soccer. It was called the Soccer War. I think it was between El Salvador and Honduras, but it started with a soccer match because that made the tension so high that we went into war later. Sports can be a way of diplomacy for peace. The most famous is the so-called ping-pong diplomacy, where the United States of America and China opened up their relationship, and it started with table tennis, because that was a way of bringing great American and Chinese players together. And of course, table tennis is a massive sport in China. And on that basis, Nixon and Mao Zedong met and made peace between China and the United States. But the key to make sure that sports is a bridge rather than a way of conflict is respect and dialogue. We should stop boycotting each other. We cannot get into a world where we find everything which is wrong in the United States of America, and it's a lot. And we start hammering the United States using sports. I mean, the United States has started any number of wars, but sport is not the way to highlight that. Nor can we find everything we don't like in Beijing and start hammering the Chinese. If someone don't like the, say, Indian policies in Kashmir, sports is not the way to fight that. We need to use sports as a bridge, and we need to show respect. And I'll give you one example from my own country. The biggest sports star in Norway now, Mr. Haaland. He's probably now maybe the most famous soccer player anywhere in the world, at least one of them. His team in the English League, Manchester City, is owned by the rulers of the state of Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. A lot of journalists start hammering him for this, not realizing that United Arab Emirates is one of the most successful nations in the world. They have used their oil revenue better than nearly any other nation anywhere on the globe. It's not like it's a paradise, not that like there are not issues you can discuss in the United Arab Emirates, but there are hundreds of millions of people, not least from India, from South Asia, who want to go there to work, because that's improving their life standard. And we need to show that respect. And I just take this example. If we don't show respect to the Gulf states, how can we use sports? That's the bridge, as what brings us together. Secondly, sports can also play a major role in environment protection. The best example up to now is the Beijing Winter Olympics earlier this year. That was the first net zero Olympic Games in world history. The village outside Beijing, which hosted the games, was the 11th biggest renewable energy nation. If that village had been a separate nation like India or Norway, it would have been the 11th biggest provider of electric energy by solar and wind anywhere in the world. Still, Western media found everything wrong. Nothing was right in Beijing, according to Western media, and that is, of course, exactly wrong approach. Why didn't we celebrate the fact that China, as the first nation in human history, was able to power an Olympic Games as a massive event? They powered it fully with solar and wind and green hydrogen, and they should be recognized and they should get credit for that rather than being criticized by media if we want to use sports as a bridge rather than a way of bashing people we have some issue with. And of course, Paris will be the next Olympics in 2024. I'm absolutely confident that Paris will do exactly what Beijing did. Beijing made the first all non-zero, emission-free Winter Olympics. Paris will aim at making the first no-emission Summer Olympics. And then, of course, you have started a new trend. Olympics and no Olympic host in the future will be able to host an Olympic Games with enormous emissions when Beijing showed that you could do something different, and then Paris will show the same in 2024. This is the way of using sports as a tool for good, and it's of enormous importance. Here at this place, I see mainly people drinking from glasses, from cups. Why don't we start making sports single-use plastic-free? Why can't we drink our coffee, our tea, our beer, our water at a at a sports arrangement from other ways than plastics. Again, that will have impact by itself, but it's a way of setting the right values to society. These two just make sports emission-free, make sports single-use plastic-free, will have major impact on the world. And finally, the role of sports in health. One of the greatest sportsmen ever was able to run 100 meters at 9.6. Fantastic. Let's assume that he can improve from 9.6 to 9.5. Fantastic achievement. But zero impact on global health. What matters for global health is to use sports as a way of inspiring the masses for better health. And if we go into a society where we just look to the great sports stars, how they can improve even a little bit more, rather than looking to the half of population everywhere who don't do sports, then we are failing. Once when I was in the parliament in Norway, or I was a minister in Norway, had a parliamentarian from Sri Lanka coming. And the guy asked me, how did you get to this event? And I told him, I walked. Wow, the guy was completely astonished. How could an important man like me, how can I walk? If you're important, you have your own driver. If you don't have your own driver, you're not an important man. What a completely ridiculous view. But that's the view of the middle class in many parts of the world. We need to start walking. We need to start bicycling. We need to be active in our normal life. That's what will improve health. In India, it's more important to make sure that elderly people in India find a way to get some walk in their daily life than there is to get the sports star to be even more perfect. For that to happen, India needs more bike lanes, more pavements, make it easier to walk, more parks. The city of Hyderabad has just declared itself as the tree city of India. Here in Bengaluru, in the city of Bengaluru itself, a small NGO called Say Trees, they have established 30 small urban parks in Bengaluru. Yeah, they're not very big, but it's again an opportunity for people to get out in nature and for the normal man to get some walking.
Yes.
So while sport can inspire people, when it comes to health, let's emphasize the importance of making people walk and bicycle in their normal life.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. I actually had... Check. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Eric. I actually had a question, but you did answer it during your speech. So thank you very much. I had a question for you, but you already answered that. Thank you very much. So over to my next speaker, Mr. Kalyan Chaubey, the president of the All India Football Federation, a former national player himself. He represented 5 different states, won several trophies in the last 15 years, a career as a professional. He twice won the Best Indian Goalkeeper of the Year award and graduated from the Tata Football Academy. So, Mr. Kalyan, it's a pleasure to have you here. And I would request my other speakers too to kindly stick to the 7-minute time frame. Thank you very much.
गुरुदेव श्री श्री रविशंकर जी को नतमस्तक प्रणाम. I feel so honored and fortunate that Art of Living has given me this opportunity to meet people across 43 countries. We know how Art of Living has been doing extremely well for the development of human being, development of the society, development of the mankind, last 4 decades. I take this opportunity to share my views as today's subject is sport, ethics and leadership. Mr. Inge Anderson Senior Business Consultant and Sports Coach and former Secretary General of the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee, Norway. Mr. Erik Solheim, Global Leader and Expert on Environment and Development, former Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, Norway. Mr. Erik Henningsen, Chairman of the Board of GPM, former CEO for Viking FK Norway. Moderator Arvindji, who is also happened to be Managing Director of the Sri Sitattva. Ladies and gentlemen, my children, future of India, brother and sister. When we speak about sports, and we know, since I believe in this August gathering in this house, each and every one are so learned that you know how sport can play a major role in this society, how it can strengthen the diplomatic relationship between two countries, beyond caste, creed, religion, how this sport can generate nationalism, create nationalism, give you feeling to sing national anthem, fly your national tricolor, by not using any weapon, but you can conquer a nation through sports. Now, we know what is needed to be done, what we should do, because we have lived our life, we are seeing every day. Each of everyone has individual concepts, ideas. There is no dearth of ideas, but the challenges come how to implement those ideas. What to do, we know, but how to do? This is most important, I believe. Life has taught me several lessons since I had my career in football. And when you play sport, you see ups and downs in your life, and that's how it develops leadership. And the children who are here, who are going to represent our nation in future, for them, how to do is most important. What government, what organization, what the people who has achieved, what they are doing for us, because we are the future of your country. Yesterday's seminar, Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, and he happened to be a sports minister, he raised his concern that we need to increase more people to come to watch football. And thereafter, I think day before when I came here, that evening I was fortunate to take blessing of Gurudev. And when Gurudev was sharing his views on sport, he said, and he was saying to a gentleman who representing Union Berlin, so he was, Germany, we know, it's a football playing nation, people love Germany for football. I also am a supporter of Germany because I spent quite significant time in Germany. I played for Karlsruhe in Germany. So Gurudev said, India cricket is popular, very popular here, and we need to do something for football. So I thought maybe I, being the president of All India Football Federation, I have a task to take Indian football into that same level. But if you try to analyze, you'll see that India is a cricket watching nation, but football playing nation. Perhaps in television, when there is a match, Indians love to watch cricket. But if you go to any district, any villages, any gully, any corner, you see 5 or 10 kids, they are playing football. So it's a nearly 1.35, 1.38 billion Indians, they play football. So I know this because my life is, three-quarter of my life I've spent with football. So I know what is Indian football is. So I happened to meet FIFA president last month, 9th September in Doha, Qatar. So they have a project with UNESCO. It's a FIFA football for school. And I said, look, we can bring expensive coaches, very high-end coaches, and if they come and they train our team, Indian senior national team, they can train on the formation, strategy. But if the basics are not strong, no matter how good teacher you bring at that age, you cannot make much difference. It is in national course when world plays football at the age of 6, 7, 8, the top football playing nation, Indians start playing football at 12, 13, 14 at the age. So by that time, that gap to learn your basics. So to cover that basic, I requested FIFA, and I'm so honored that they responded nicely. So FIFA, All India Football Federation, on my first meeting, I said we will reach up to 10,000 schools. Each school, we say it's a grassroots development program, is between grade 1 to grade 6. The boys and girls are aged between 6 to 12 years old. So assuming each class will have 30 children, so 180 children from each school, so 10,000 school will have 1.8 million children will play football. So this is opportunity. This is creating opportunity for the children to play football. And thereafter you will choose that whether to go as a professional or you live a healthy life. FIFA was very happy, and we decided we'll go with 1.8 million children. But when the wise people think alike, when I came back, I had this discussion with Government of India's Ministry of Education. And I think on 11th or 10th of this month, FIFA Secretary General, she visited India. She was going to Bhubaneswar for inauguration of Under-17 FIFA World Cup women. And so she had to lay over at 4 hours in Delhi. So I had discussion with Government of Education Ministry. And the Minister, Honorable Minister Dharmendra Pradhanji said, the India is having nearly 16 lakh schools, 1.6 million schools. And there are 26 crore students are there. I don't know, Arvindji, if 26 crore is 2.6 or 260 million, huh? 260 million students are there. So he said 1.8 million is too little for a size like India. We can reach more. So All India Football Federation's resources, we could reach up to 1.8 million students. With the support of Government of India, we can reach 250 million students. Now you see, this is required. So then there, the Minister Dharmendra Pradhanji immediately on that meeting decided the Navodaya school, India is having nearly 744 districts. So each district is having one Navodaya school center. FIFA is giving you 1 million footballs. So even if you or I receive 1 million football, we do not have that expertise to distribute it properly. So the Navodaya school become the nodal agency, UNESCO Navodaya school, Government of India, Ministry of Education, Sports and Youth Affairs, All India Football Federation, FIFA. This has happened within a span of 3 meetings. The point I am trying to make it here is that my learned friend here, who all are people with wisdom, and we have to come forward and change our stand. We all can say what to do. What to do is over. Now how to do and when to do. We have to do now, we have to perform now, we have to act now. If we act, India is having 1.35 billion people, and we have that strength, we have that resources, we definitely can make a significant presence in the world. I will not take much time because I am told that I have to finish it by 7 minutes. And I just thought maybe I will share 3 instances of 3 renowned sports person and how they have overcome struggle of their life and they develop leadership. Ethics, we all know how Gurudev said yesterday that ethics is what I do not want others to do on me, and so I will not do on to you. That is ethics. So that is not sports, that is life. And if we say, I believe my life in this way, I don't know what it called in English, but we say it is बतख हांस होता है जिसको आप पानी में दूध मिला के दोगे सो वो सिर्फ दूध पी लेता, पानी छोड़ देता. सो मैंने अपने जीवन में कभी भी किसी से मिला तो उनसे जब भी जहाँ एक शब्द सीखने को मिला, एक वाक्य सीखने को मिला, मैंने वो सीखा. गुरुदेव ने बोला एथिक्स है कि आप दूसरे पे वो मत करो जो आप पे हो, ऐसा नहीं चाहते हो. सो दैट इज पीरियड. सो ऑन leadership is that, I'll say, there was a...
Kalyanji, I would request that we conclude in 45 seconds.
Just two, these 3, it's not about this. This Paralympic gold medal winner, Murlikant Petkar, is from Bangalore. A war hero who had to give up on sport having suffered multiple bullet wounds in the 1965 war with Pakistan. His was a story of exemplary courage. Not only did he win a swimming Paralympic gold in 1972, he also participated in several other events in those games. Second, Mariappan Thangavelu. This is, you see, how sports change your life, bring leadership in you. Who won India's first gold in Rio in the high jump and won a silver in Tokyo, lost a leg at the age of 5. He was playing outside his house when state-owned transport corporation bus hit him. Abandoned by his father before he entered his teenage years, he was brought up by his mother, who sells vegetables on a cycle in Tamil Nadu's Salem district. He struggled to make ends meet, yet emerged in a Paralympic champion. His mother continued to sell vegetables. And the last one, the Devendra Jhajaria. Devendra Jhajaria won 2 gold and 1 silver in Paralympic Devendra Jhajaria lost an arm at the age of 8 when he accidentally touched an electric cable while climbing a tree. The shock was more mental than anything else. When I came back home from the hospital, I was depressed. For the first 1 month, I refused to leave my house. It was a sense of inferiority and peer pressure that has started to weigh on the mind of young Devendra. It was only when his mother motivated him to go out and play with the neighborhood kids. Devendra, when he was in grade 10 in school, the occasion was annual school athletic meet. Javelin was one of the event. A young Devendra, always keen to play sport, was eager to try his hand at the javelin, but he faced serious rejection at school. As he put it, that everyone asked him not to participate because with your one hand, how can you play sport? It is good you do study. But young Devendra, he developed his leadership. He developed his skill. He won 2 gold medals, 1 silver medal in Paralympic. So these are the, small little stories. Small little stories in sport, we develop our leadership. If one leader can change a nation, one leader can change a society, one leader change lives of many. So if we can focus on developing leaders, then we can change this nation. I thank once again for giving me this opportunity to Art of Living. And in any way, if Art of Living thinks that All India Football Federation can play any minor role in collaboration with Art of Living to change the society, to improve the life of society, and to improve the living, healthy life of the children who will represent nation in the future, All India Football Federation will always do that. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kalyanji. It's such a pleasure listening to you. And I think the examples that what you've given us are really thought-provoking and something for all of us to really chew on. The aspect that what you mentioned, that whether Art of Living would be happy to collaborate with the Indian Football Federation, I'm sure that Gurudev's organization is always the one to take up initiative and really do something good for society. So I'm sure that in the next couple of days, we would be happy to sit together and see that what is it we can do together. So having said that, we normally think that, sports is only about playing. But yesterday and today, we've also seen the aspect that how ethics, values, morals, and also how we play the game also makes a very big difference. Ladies and gentlemen, my next speaker is Mr. Inge Andersen, a senior business consultant and a sports coach, and former Secretary General of the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee. It's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Inge. So I do understand that you have a PowerPoint presentation for us, and happy to listen to you. Thank you very much. And I would also request that we, would you like to stand there? And I request that we keep it at 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, everyone. It's really nice to have so many people here and all the school young people listening. You are the future hope of Indian sport. And my 6-7 minutes now will very much handle about how to create dreams, because the goals are following the dreams, and how to create a more healthy and sporty society in India with your huge potential, with so many people that are living in this beautiful country. Next. Three of us here at this scene, we are from the little country Norway. Norway have only 5 million people. That is half the population as only in Bangalore. But we are a superpower nation in international sport, and especially in the Olympic sports. In Norway, it's snow and ice 5 to 6 months per year. But nowadays, we have the most successful athletes in summer sports, in track and field. This guy, Karsten Warholm, he beat the world record in 400-meter hurdle in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. It's really, really not normal that this population of 5 million should be stronger than United States, China, Russia, Germany, France, Australia, and New Zealand. But as also the president of the All Indian Olympic Association, Football Association said, it's very much about also leadership, how to lead the young people, and how to develop a performance culture. So that is, I'm using this word, inclusive leadership. You have to be an inclusive leader if you have to motivate the young children that are sitting up here, that they can realize their dreams. But it's one main rule. If you want to be best in something, whatever it is, if you want to be the best doctor in the world, if you want to be the best athlete in the world, if you want to be the best football player in the world, whatever you want, then you have to train best in the world. You have to train best, and you have to train every single day to be the best in the world. And this is not a big secret. That is a fact. It's really not a shortcut to win Olympic gold medals. It's really hard work every day. And you need to create long-term vision and goals. You have to create innovation within the team, because this guy, when he took the gold medal in Tokyo, then remember that the big star in this exercise, that was Edwin Moses. Edwin Moses, he won 104 run competition, and he had the world record. But in that competition, not only he took the world record, but also the second and third one. So he knew if he wanted to win this Olympic gold, he knew that that then had to set the world record. He had to beat Edwin Moses' world record from 30 years ago. And it's also important to cooperate. As I said, Norway is a winter sport country. Our national sport is skiing. Football is, of course, the biggest sport also in Norway, as it is all over the world. But by heart, it's the ski sport and skating. That is where Norway normally has been strong. But the training methods has been transferred from the winter sports to those athletes who are now winning from Norway in triathlon, in track and field, in bicycling, in beach volleyball, or whatever it is. And they are also quite often training together. Next. I don't want to use so much time on this map, but this is Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. But what we have done in this small country, Norway, with a population of 5 million people, we have 19 universities where we today can take an education in sport. You can take a doctor degree 19 places in this country, Norway. And that is probably the biggest challenge in India. You have to create education, you have to create universities, that you have to build up coaches and leaders that can lead all these young, beautiful people from India that can create their goals to winning in the future. And I think we can go down to the next picture.
Yeah, Inge requests to conclude in 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'm soon finished.
Thank you.
So the new area that brought Norway to this point, that we hosted the Winter Olympic Games in a small city called Lillehammer in '94. That started a new professionalism in our sport. Next picture. And then I'm going to the final. This is one of your sport heroes, Bindra, that won the Olympic gold in Beijing in 2008. I think you have to set some goal. If that is in football, perhaps to host a world championship in the future, perhaps to host an Olympic Games in the future. You have to make a game changer. And next picture. And this is another hero, Cindy in badminton, that has won silver and bronze in the Olympic Games in badminton. And as Erik Solheim said, sport is creating also nation. as Nelson Mandela did in South Africa with the football games. He brought South Africa together, and the World Championship in football was really important. And then the last picture. We need, as a Gurudev, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, he has said this, we need to give people a vision. Those who have a vision or a dream can go ahead and develop society. Those who have a vision or a dream can go ahead and develop society. So, my message is to India, of course, you can be the world's best nation in sport. That will take 20 to 25 years, but if you are deciding we will be that you will be it, you will do it.
Thank you. Inge, I think that was really something very fantastic, and I can't but help share that when you actually brought the last two slides up, it was so beautiful that how you actually ended it, saying that every person, whether it's a sports person or anybody, needs to have a person guiding them, a guru in their life, and all of us have Gurudev. And it was so beautiful that while you were speaking about that particular aspect, you had Sindhu there on the screen, and while that was happening, Sindhu's coach, Pulela Gopichand, actually walked in. So that was really something very fantastic, and that really shows that how important it is that we also have a guiding spirit or a guiding light in our lives to take us through, whether it's being a sportsman or being anybody in life. Thank you very much for that. My next speaker here today is Mr. Erik Henningsen, an experienced leader with a background in Norwegian Armed Forces, also from the financial industry and sports management. He is the CEO of the Viking Football Club from 2015 to 2020. He has much experience from several boards in various sectors. In addition to this, his involvement in regular sports has also been involved in esports since 2018. Erik loves to keep fit, as we see, and has completed a full Ironman and several marathons as well. Thank you very much, Erik. Pleasure to have you here. Yeah.
So
and it goes to say we keep our time. Thank you.
I will check my watch.
Thank
Dear
you.
all, I'm so happy to be here. I would like for you to leave out the last part, but it's true. Sports has been a very important part of my life. I will talk a little bit about ethics and leadership. I will start telling you a story about Viking. Back in 2014, 2015, Viking was close to bankruptcy. The interest was very low in the neighborhood. The sponsors was leaving the club and the results was gone. And then the chairman of the board, he chose to employ a new leadership, and he asked us to focus on values. We have to build a club based on values. And we started the work. We redefined our value platform. So our new mission was to mean as much as possible for as many as possible. Our vision is to contribute positive to our neighboring society. And our values is power and love. And based upon that change in the value foundation, we managed to turn the club around. It's an old club with history back to 89. We managed to turn the interest for the club back. We managed to start getting results. We managed to get people coming to our stadium. We managed to triple the size of the blood and bone supporters, singing for like 90 minutes every match we play. So the most important thing in our turnaround was the why. Why are we here, and what is our mission besides playing football? We also established a good academy. Today we have the best football academy in Norway, and I'm quite proud to say we also established in 2019 an international part of our academy. And there came 2 young boys, one from Chennai and one to Pune, to Viking in Stavanger, to be part of that academy. One of them is still there. He's now educating himself to be a professional football coach within the Viking system. So we are very pleased. Obviously then COVID came and it kind of stopped. We also had visit from Sankarlal Chakraborty. He was in Viking in August this year as part of his pro license course, becoming a professional top-level football coach. So we are really eager to continue the cooperation with India regarding football. GPM has digitalized the Viking Football Academy. So today we can offer everyone who has the interest to educate our players and educate our coaches using our digital platform. It's the state-of-the-art football academy within the platform. And we have also digitalized the physical education programs for school. Because physical education is so important. If you exercise or are physically active 7 hours for a kid a week, you will dramatically improve your physical condition, you will improve your mental condition, you will improve your happiness, you will improve your school results. The same goes for adults, but you only need to exercise or be physically active for 3.5 hours. So sports has values. Every foundation, every club has their values, but we have to start practicing our values. And it's quite easy. In football, we have the term fair play. I don't think I have to need to explain what fair play means. If we practice fair play, we rise our ethics standards to a new level. So I urge all leaders in sport to really go into the values of the sport they represent. They have to live their values, they have to live their brand, they have to say no to foul play. We have to stop, even in football, people are falling like flies to get a free kick or to get a penalty. It shouldn't be that way, so we have to say no. And many years ago, I saw this survey from the United States. They asked 20,000 people within public sector and government sector, what kind of characteristic or what kind of leadership skills would you like in your leader to work for and work with? And more than 80% of the 20,000 people said, we would like a leader with honesty and integrity. Honesty and integrity. And you don't have to go to a university or a leadership school to learn honesty and integrity. You can start today, practicing honesty and integrity. And if we in sport, we should be crystal clear what we accept and what we not accept. We should be crystal clear and live our values, unless the new generation won't be attracted to sport, because they are value-driven. They are into justice, they are into equality, they are into purpose. And in sports, in addition to the physical part, we have to offer these values. And we should use our big microphone. Sports is the biggest kind of activity all over the world. We should use the biggest microphone in the world to urge everyone to pay attention also to United Nations human rights and United Nations sustainability goals. If we can have the top clubs, if we can have the Richard Foundation also adapt and be ambassador for these values, we will help doing what Nelson Mandela said. Sports have the power to change the world. At least we have the power to increase the world in a very positive way. It's okay. I will end on a lighter note. Do you know about oxytocin? It's a chemical substance also called the moral molecule. And we can produce it within our own body, in the brain and also in the blood. And we can produce oxytocin by hugging each other. And the result of more oxytocin is you will be more empathic, you will be more caring, you will be happier, and it will stimulate you living a value-based life. And Dr. Paul Sack, he says, if you hug another person 8 times a day, he guarantees the effect, he guarantees you will be more happy. So start hugging. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eric. It was such a pleasure to listen to you, and certainly everybody here today is going to, especially being here in the ashram, would have a good dose of oxytocin. Just to let you know that when you do the Sudarshan Kriya, the breathing exercises from the Art of Living, which is founded by Gurudev, a whole lot of these, oxytocin and a whole lot of other hormones are actually released to start relaxing your body. So a whole lot of research has also happened on this, and there are a lot of international journals. But having said this, I was extremely honored to have moderated such a lovely panel. Thank you, Eric Solang, Mr. Kalyan, and also Mr. Inge. It's been such a learning experience, especially for me also, on a whole lot of topics that what all of you touched upon here today. And I'm sure the audience also has experienced the same. One particular thing that what I would like to end this particular panel was what, Inge actually mentioned, that the aspect of how important it is to have a guide in your life, a guru. All of us have Gurudev, as what I mentioned. One particular instance that comes to me and what's very relevant to the sports conference is that, Mr. Gopi Chand over here, who's perhaps the beacon of badminton in the world, being a world champion himself and also now coaching the entire academy, and also who's also one of the main coaches of the Indian Badminton Association here. He championed the cause of Sudarshan Kriya and also meditation, and what really is so inspiring, because I grew up with him. So while he was at his peak, he used to come here to the ashram and ensure that he does the Sudarshan Kriya and meditates. And what does this really show? That it's not only enough being a great sports person. What's really come of him is that he's been able to evolve and actually pass that on. So being a great sports person yourself is something, but the power of meditation and also the Sudarshan Kriya helps you to also, as what you rightly mentioned, empathy, to empathize with other people and also see what they're going through. So I think as future stakeholders in the field of sports, it's extremely important for us to champion the cause of meditation and relaxation also, while we focus on physical fitness as well. This was a very inspiring story, that what I've seen in my own life, that how he's been able to not only keep it with himself but also take it across to people at large. And I really wanted to share it with all of you here. And it's such an honor and pleasure always to meet him. Very, very simple person. And I'm extremely happy that he's here with us and going to share some of his views also here today. But thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arvind and the panel. And we would now like to request Ms. Mawahib Shaibani and Mr. Milind Pendakar to facilitate our speakers. While we give them a huge, big round of applause, will we? Ms. Mawahib Shaibani is a senior faculty at the International Art of Living Foundation, is doing lots of projects. Mr. Milind Pandakar, a senior faculty at the Art of Living and was the COO of American Express for the longest time in the Middle East. I would like to also request Mr. Rachindra Dhawan to come on stage to facilitate our speakers. Rachindra, please. Come. Arvind by over. One call. And then we take it after, yeah. One orange. One shawl. One shawl. You can bring it. So the gifts are sponsored by the company that Arvind is leading, Sri Sri Tattva. So it's coming back full circle, Arvind. Okay, yeah. Great. So we have been talking a lot. Kalyan, may I request you to stay on stage? I will tell you why in a moment. I would also like to ask Anya to come on stage. Sri Vidya, are you here? Could you come on stage? And I need one volunteer. I need a cricket enthusiast to come on stage. Who would like to come on stage? Anybody likes cricket? Huh? So who would like to come on stage? Somebody who likes cricket? Huh? Come. Yeah, come, run quickly. Wow, super. So, and then Inge as well, that's very good. So, yeah, stay. So this is what we will do. Talking so much about sports, but we have done that being sitting, right? So, let's do some sports. Is that a good idea? I don't hear anything. Yes. Would you like to do some sports? Would you like to learn from the best? Yes. All right, let's go. Kalyan, can we learn from you a soccer move? So you will do one soccer move and we will all imitate with you, okay? What is one move you would like to do with us? You can just is it this one or? Okay, so let's all let's stand up first of all. We stand up. And so, okay, we warm up a little bit for sports. Right, let's warm up a little bit. And then as sports people, we give a smile to each other. Can you do high five to your partner? High five. Yes. Yeah, you can walk out a little bit. Yes, that's very good. Feels already good. You can just do one move for us. Everybody. Yeah. All right. So now, Kalyan, can you do one move? We will all imitate you. What is it, your preferred move? Okay, let's all do like Kalyan. Come, let's do. Oh, feels good. Oh, nice. Come on. Yeah? Okay, wow. Now, Anya has been is a winner of a medal in the World Championship of Handball. Anya, can you show us your preferred handball move? Yeah, let's clap for her. Okay, let's go. Wow. Okay. Yes. Wow. Wow. Where are our cricket kids? Come on stage, the two cricket lovers. Come. Okay, now Inge, you will know that he has been an excellent Nordic skier, right? Can you show us, how do you do Nordic skiing? Okay, let's go for it, come on. Oh. Thank you. Big round of applause. Come. And now we have two lovers of cricket. What is your name?
I'm Suresh Krishnan.
Suresh. Wow. And
Abhinav Agarwala.
And which one is your preferred player?
And I love badminton, so. But I also love football, so here my preferred player would be Kalyan.
Yeah. So I'm asking him, what is your preferred player? He's saying he's feeling a little bit pressure. Kalyan, huh? All right. Can you show us a cricket move? We want to learn from you. A cricket move. Oh, wow. That looks professional. And I want to tell you a secret. When we had 2014, the World Cup at the FIFA headquarters, at the end we had a penalty shootout against the #1 goalkeeper in Switzerland, Super Bühler. And you know who scored the final penalty? It was the president of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, Rajita. So can you come on stage and show us how you scored in 2014? Let's give her a big round of applause. So you should show us. Can you go back? We are going back in history. Okay, you were at the FIFA headquarters. There's a lot of pressure on you. So Rachita, how did you deal with all that pressure?
Who's keeping?
We need a goalkeeper. Okay, Kalyan, go.
Wishing Kalyan all the very best.
I need some space.
Yes, she needs space. Let's give her space. Good players need space.
No pressure, Rajitati.
Wow!
Christoph, we'll just keep it that we don't know whether it was a goal or not.
And now I can't help it. Gopi Chand, could you teach us some badminton? Come on, come on stage, come. Please. You know, in my hometown, Basel, badminton is very big. We have a tournament. Can you teach us some badminton move, please? Okay, let's all do it with him. Wow, okay. Oh. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gopi. Now, who is the winner here? Who is the winner? Huh? Can everybody who feels like a winner, can you put up your hand if you're a winner? Very good. Now, can you take your hands and clap to the other winners? Let's clap. Very good. Come on, let's go around and clap. Thank you so much. Well done, well done, well done. Wow. Then we can sit down, and may I request the stage to be changed? We only need, it is being changed. Very good. It is changed. Wow. Great. Looking forward, very much forward to this next session. And it will be moderated by one of the TV anchors here in India. Normally he speaks about the business. He predicts what Wall Street will do tomorrow and the next months. Mr. Ajay Baka, he's the chairman of Elements Platform in India and a lover of sports. Ajay, over to you.
Thank you, Christo Bhaiya. It's my proud privilege to have a discussion with the champion, Indian champion, and our champion of champions, Pulela Gopichand. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Really doesn't need an introduction, so I was kind of thinking how to introduce somebody like him. He's 2 in a billion and a quarter. I'll explain that later, park that away. He's 2 in a billion and a quarter. Now it's a billion and 350 million, so that gives it away, but I'll get back to you. Simplicity, calmness, depth, achievement. That sums up Gopi. Everybody in the ashram here, we feel he's our Gopi. He's transitioned from Gopi to Gopi Sir, and I think very soon, like he would refer to Prakash Sir, that Prakash Sir was God. Now he has created, already 12 of his proteges are in the top 20 ranking. It's a matter of time before we'll have champions on this stage who will say, Gopi Sir, who was God for us, really showed us the way. So welcome, Gopi. Indian badminton champion, chief national coach for the Indian national badminton team. And in 2019, he was given a unique award. The International Olympic Association honored 2 coaches across sports globally for their contribution to the sports arena across sports. And Gopi was one of them. 2019 Indian Olympic Association Award. So champion, chief coach of our badminton team, institution builder, I'll talk about that, meditator, Arvindji spoke about that, mentor and creator of champions, Arjuna Award in 1999 at the young age of 26, the top sports award. What's more remarkable, within a decade, Dronacharya Award at the age of 36. Dronacharya Award is the award given by the government of India to the top coaches across sports. And at the age of 36, Gopi had won the Dronacharya Award after winning the award as a sports person. Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award 2001, one of the top sports recognitions in India. The 4th highest civilian recognition in India, Padma Shri in 2005, and Padma Bhushan. Padma Bhushan, the 3rd highest civilian honor in India in 2014. So you can realize that is still inadequate. I'm looking forward to a Padma Vibhushan, to our chief coach. He's 3 Olympics in a row. He has got his proteges winning badminton medals. The last 3 Olympics in a row. I'm sure 2024 we'll see even more. 2008, he finally launched, for nearly 3 years, he was informally doing that. 2008, he mortgaged his own house and raised, at that time, about $750,000, took savings from his brother in the US. His father had invested some of his award money, put all that into the Gopi Chand Badminton Academy, and that's the academy where he recognized Saina Nehwal at the age of 12, and a young girl of 9 years old, a young girl we have seen often in the ashram, PV Sindhu, the gold medalist, the global gold medalist. Gopi recognized her at the age of 9, nurtured her, and made her into the champion that she is today. Gopi, this is all the rosy picture. You have seen a lot of adversity, right from, your mom said they gave up everything else but for your badminton career. You nearly went into cricket, as all of us in India aspire to. Your brother coached you into badminton. You would not go to restaurants. You would not see films. For nearly 20 years, you woke up at 4 o'clock every day and practiced. However, in your autobiography, your wife mentions this. His wife, Mrs. Lakshmi, herself a national champion of badminton, she says, Gopi's comeback, and this is from his autobiography called Shuttler's Flick, Making Every Match Count. She says, Gopi's comeback was a result of grit, resilience, perseverance. He had 3 knee surgeries in 6 years. 3 knee surgeries. 1994, people had written him off. 6 months he was bedridden. People said he'll never be able to come back. He had a knee surgery. He fought his way through. 95 to 2000, he won 5 national awards, 5 national competitions in India in a row. He came back, Asian Games medals, Commonwealth Game medals, French Open, German Open, various positionings. Pinnacle for all of us, 2001, All England men's singles. At that time of adversity, Gopi, you have written about it, but success is easy to handle. How did you handle this adversity? And it wasn't a one-time thing. It was going on happening. 3 in that era. Then you had a 4th surgery after your All England. You had other problems. How did you handle all this adversity?
Thank you for the kind words, Jai Gurudev. For me, although it seems very tough when you say all these things, for me this has been a very blissful journey of learning about myself. It's been a journey of challenges, but it was also a journey where instead of the words hard work, determination, discipline, I would say I got a chance to do what I wanted to do. I loved what I did. I counted my blessings with what I won or what I had rather than what I didn't get. So for me, the entire journey back then, from the outside it might look as hard work, but for me from the inside, it was an opportunity to live a life which I really wanted to. So I was, in this whole journey, I was truly blessed. And I think Arvind just probably mentioned a bit of it. But truly at that time, 94, 95 was the first time I did my basic course. Sanjita was my teacher. And Didi was here. Then I would do the basic course. Then every time I was in Bangalore, I would train here in Bangalore, in Kengeri and Malleshwaram. I used to stay. I would land up here when none of this was there, and the Sumeru Mandap and Guruji's kutir was very small. Back then I used to come here every Saturday and spend almost the whole day here. So it was almost those things which really helped. I liked the journey of sport from the outside, but also I loved the journey which led me to internalize and do what I really love to do. And it didn't, till now, never felt as a challenge. Yes, there were difficulties, but whenever there were difficulties, it was also that God's grace, somebody came out and helped me out. And I think for me, this has been a great journey. Each step I climbed, I realized that the next step is possible, and I just needed to push a little harder. And at every place, wherever I have been, I just felt that you have an opportunity to do something more. And if not you, who will do it? And you are in this position for a reason. And since you're anyway here, might as well do it. I didn't have a plan, I didn't have a vision. All I knew that if I push myself and do the best today, tomorrow will take care of it. And that's how this whole journey was.
What a guy. But Gopi, what really struck me was one of your management principles, where you said, like Saina lost very narrowly in the quarterfinals of 2008 Olympics. And you said you would never criticize a player after losing. You would wait for the next win, and then you would bring out, and you would let them bring out. I think that's a That's such a deep management principle. I wish I knew it 32 years back. I am always been the A-type American bank personality, tell people as it is, you give immediate feedback. But I found this philosophy so revolutionary. Could you give us some insights into how you developed this?
I think one of the things players do, and this has been an experience I've had in my playing days, where many a times in our country we've been spoken about winning and desire to win. But the biggest lessons which I learned about defeat were from a coach, my Chinese coach, who was living in Germany. He said these words, he said, it's not how many times you fall or how hard you fall. It is how quickly you get up each time is all that matters. I think for me, that advice was very, very critical. And when we used to lose in India and coaches would come and ask us what happened, we typically tended to be very defensive. We would say the light was on my eyes, there was drift on court, my training didn't happen well. But then when you accept defeat and say it's okay to lose, then I think it just brings a level of comfort which is important. And when you make the changes immediately, and when you let the athlete talk about it after their next win, then he is talking about himself from a position of confidence rather than the negativity of the loss. So ignore the mistake, focus on what needs to be done, and the defeat will take care of itself is what been the ideology, and it's been something which really helped.
Okay, tough question coming up, Gopi. All England men's singles championships, okay? God, Prakash Padukone, 1980. God in the Making, Pulela Gopichand, 2001. And you know, being a finance guy, I was looking for a pattern where there are no patterns, but we try to put things in patterns. So I said, Gopi won 21 years after Prakash sir. So 21 years later, when Lakshya Sen was going on winning, I thought it's coming, 2022. Unfortunately, he had a bad day. We were runners up 2022. Why is India at once in a generation? So there was Prakash ji, there was Gopi ji, and we are waiting for the next one. Why do we wait a generation? You have China, which has won 20 times. You have Malaysia, Indonesia, which are 15 times each. We are at 2, one is you. And this is, if you remember, I started with 2 out of 1.35 billion. This is 1 out of those. Other is Prakash Padukone. So 21 years to humne bita diye. We thought this year you will give us. Why is this happening and what are you doing? And are there 9 years Sindhus running around in your academy who will in the next 5 years make sure that every year we win All England?
I think sport is super competitive, and we've been very lucky that for me, I had Prakash sir to look up to. And luckily, today's generation has, whether it's Saina or Sindhu or Shrikant or Satvik, Chirag or Laksh, I think we have many players who they look up to for the next generation of champions. And today's India is different. The youth of India today, when we went to the Olympics in 2000, I remember 90% of them, or probably even more, were happy collecting memorabilia and pictures. And we wanted to experience the Olympics. But today, although we might have won less medals at the Olympics, but still there's about 90% or more who are actually going out there thinking that we have a chance to win at the Olympics, or we want to do our best at the Olympics. So I think it's a tribute to the youth of India, the belief which they have, And I do believe that what has been many years in the past is going to be different now. We see many parents okay with kids going to other professions other than engineering and medicine. And we see more kids saying and aspiring and inspired by champions and who want to take up sport. We also see a lot of people in corporate world and government, especially the present government, which is really pushing forward sport in the country. So I do believe that with the belief and the support, we will have a lot more champions in the future than we've had in the past.
Thank you. Wonderful. And we all hope it becomes 15 in 1.35 billion very soon, Gopi, and let them all be your proteges. That brings me to this point of you transitioned very well from a champion yourself to a creator of champions. Saina 2012, Sindhu 2016 and 20 Olympics. Not all champions are able to make that transition. We have our good friend Inge Anderson here, who has played that role. A lot of other coaches also here. What was the secret of your success? Becoming a champion of champions, a coach, a mentor, from being a player, from being the Arjuna awardee at 26 to becoming a Dronacharya awardee at 36. And probably the journey started at 26 itself. You started thinking about it. Now you have 12, everybody, we must know this. There are 12 players right now training under Gopi sir who are in the top 20 rank already. And it's a matter of a day to, it happens. His players have just delivered for the first time in 73 years. India won the Thomas Cup and with a 3-0 victory. And I remember that day we were all watching, he was on TV and he said, this is a moment like the 1983 Cricket World Cup that we won. Sureshji, you will agree. Out of nowhere, Kapil's Devils came and we won the World Cup. That is the kind of stuff he has done with the Thomas Cup. So what is the secret? Please tell us, we want to copy you. No altruism in that.
I think for me, just a little background of an athlete's life. An athlete's life is one of the best lives you can have. And this I'm not talking about the money or the fame which you earn, but the pure quality of focus which a life of an athlete brings in. It's like the life of a monk who lives, because every question is answered against one basic fundamental question is it good for my sport? You're picking up food or you're going out or meeting people, it's against one simple question. Is it good for my sport? And that kind of focus makes that life one of the best lives you can have. The life of an athlete is super good because it's super focused. But then when you finish off and start your journey as a coach, the training of being an athlete over time means that for 15 or 20 years in your life, you've thought only about yourself. Me, my food, my sleep, my thought, my training, everything is only me. But then at some point, when I started coaching, this was a big problem to solve. But I was able to solve it by only one fundamental change. The mirror was always focused on me. And the day I was able to shift the mirror on the opposite side, instantaneously the problem was solved. And in that moment, you were asking only one question. Is whatever is good for the player is what I'll do. And when that shift happens, I think everything else turned on very naturally.
I would urge all of you to read his autobiography, Shuttler's Flick, Making Every Match Count. His mother speaks in that about how they were focused on Gopi in the beginning, and now their focus on the players that Gopi is nurturing. They have shifted the focus to that. Very warm welcome to Naren Karthikeyan, Formula One driver. So my job just doubled in complexity and difficulty. I'm just dragging Gopi over the coals. I'll get back to you very soon. So Gopi, in finance, we say in the short term, the markets are like a 100-meter sprint. Only fashions, fads, trends. Let me go back a bit more. You know, fashions, fads, trends, momentum, they decide. But always in the long term, the stock markets trend to the fundamentals. So we get very euphoric when they go up, and when they go down, we get very depressed. But the line is in the center somewhere, and we are never at that center. I was very intrigued, while I was researching you for this meeting. You said life is not a sprint, it is more like a marathon. You need to push yourself, then relax, recoup, push again. So I said, again, I wish I had learned this 35 years back. Maybe I would have been much richer. So out of 365 days, when I talk to your, proteges, you are a hard taskmaster. They say on the court, sir is very different. They have to wake up. I'll give you an example. So he was training Saina at 5:30. And then 9-year-old Sindhu, he discovered, he said, yeah, she has potential. He called her father and said, Sindhu is 4:15 a.m. from tomorrow. And that 9-year-old child said, yes, sir, I'll come. And she was at it then from 2010 to 17. Every day, even if he came back at 1 in the night from a US flight, he'll be there at 4 in the morning with her training. So भैया ये मैराथन कहाँ से है? ये तो बच्चों को कर करके they are not eat. I mean, Sindhu is on record saying she can't eat out. She said Gopi sir always knows if I eat a little bit of sweet. They don't watch cinemas. I asked them all the actors' names. They had no clue. They don't watch cinema. They don't eat out. Because of you, India's consumption is going down so much. Economy is suffering. So many children, you're not allowing them to eat and, prosper like I have prospered. You met me in the 90s. I was waist 32. Now I'm waist 56. ये कैसे चलेगा? देश कैसे चलेगा ऐसे? What do you say?
अभी देश कैसे चलाओ ये मैं कैसे बोलूं? but I think for me, I think sport, and for me, I think it'll be an interesting analogy. I don't know if it makes sense, because for me, I look at sport, and we've spoken about the success of sport, the huge number of people who won, but behind those huge numbers who won, there are hundreds more who've lost, thousands more in some sense. So I face more failure than success. So for me to feel super happy about success would also mean that I'm feeling very depressed about losses. I think the fundamental thermostat is about keeping yourself to a baseline where you neither get too happy with success nor you go down with defeat. I think that is basic fundamental. It's a survival instinct so that you don't feel depressed when you lose. So I think losses are natural in sport. They happen much more than successes. But it's how each time you learn from your mistakes, whether you win or lose, and then take those learnings up and enjoy the process and continue pushing yourself, is what eventually determines how long you're going. Because you don't know when success might come. And sport in some sense is like spirituality. And I would say, and I'm probably wrong in saying it, in this place to say it would mean even wrong, but still I will say it. It's almost like 1 in a million gets to succeed to moksha or to reach Krishna, and one in lakhs get those thoughts, and 1 out of them in many, many lakhs get to the eventual goal. But the impact it has on their lives and lifetimes, because that journey continues, is what makes spirituality tough, but everybody should do it, because it's a long journey of maybe long lifetimes. The same is with sport, that you continue to learn sport and you train like an athlete, professional athlete. You learn things of discipline, of grit, of determination, of not giving up, of teamwork and decision making. A lot of these things, even if you don't become a champion at a young age, these learnings will continue to help you in your life. And that seed capital which you invest in becoming an athlete, the process of becoming an athlete is supremely important. And I would really ask all of these athletes to focus on that element of the process rather than being involved with the result, because we don't know how and when the result will come. It might come after many losses, but if you hang out with the losses in your mind, then when you're prepared, when you have a chance, you will not able to take it because you're lagging behind with the loss in your background. I think that is the philosophy which I try to inculcate, and hopefully over time they'll be successful.
Amazing. Amazing. One minute break for you, Gopi. Yeah. I've got Naren here, so welcome to the Art of Living Center and to our conference. I'll quickly introduce him. It will come. Nice working.
Sorry, thanks.
Yeah. Normally, all 3 mics get activated with my voice. It's strong enough. So, Naren Karthikeyan, born in India in 1977, India's first Formula One driver. One of the coolest people around that we have seen. Fastest Indian ever, having driven at speeds of 350 kilometers per hour. So he has accomplished the impossible in the world of motorsports all the way from India. He belongs to a business house family, a 100 years old business house, which is in textiles, healthcare, education, the PSG group in Coimbatore. Over 100 years of philanthropy as well. And at the age of 8, that was the first question I wanted to ask you, Naren. Right now, he's an entrepreneur as well. So he's in his, you can say, 4th or 5th innings. Gopi sir has gone from player to creator of champions. Naren has done a lot of transitions. We'll talk about that. But what really struck me, that at the age of 8, you had this perspective that I want to be a Formula One driver. I was thinking, what was I doing in 1985? I was just barely being pushed out of school into college. But, as a kid, you start, first you want to be a fireman, then you want to be a policeman. Then if you think very hard, you want to walk all the dogs in the colony, if that will pay. How did you get to Formula One in a country like India where we had never heard of Formula One?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm extremely happy to be here today. And what can I say? It's been a tough journey, but India never had a record in motor racing. We were a closed economy. The opportunities were very limited. The infrastructure was also non-existent, I would say. But I come from a place called Coimbatore. It's further south in Tamil Nadu, and it's an industrial town, a town full of engineers and a lot of enthusiasts on automobiles and so on. So there was always this thing on cars and so on and so forth. So it was natural that all these young boys and girls growing up there, they were exposed to automobiles at a very young age. But me being young, kind of always took risks when I was a child, and even on a bicycle or whatever I did, and it was something that came naturally to me. And as a kid, like you said, you want to be a policeman, you want to do so many other things, and the decisions are easy to say. I want to be a Formula One driver. One day I decided, and I pursued it, and I got that. I mean, it's as simple as that. It was not a walk in the park, but it was certainly tough coming from India and going, leaving home when you're like 13 years old and going and living in Europe, which is completely a different atmosphere, and they've never seen an Indian guy come to a racetrack and race, right? I mean, that itself was a huge barrier to break, and then I got, this started becoming more serious, and that's how I eventually, made my dream come true in 2005, and I made my debut in Formula One in Australia. So it's been a long journey, but it's I would. I've loved every minute of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. But tell me, you went to France to the racing school, the Winfield school, and you were what, 15 at that time?
Yeah, something like 14, 15, yeah.
So you got a license at that time? Or you were like Delhi, I would be seeing my 12th class, compatriots whizzing by, and we couldn't legally take a license. At least I had not flunked. Most of my friends had flunked. So 15, you got a license?
So in motor racing, it's a little bit different, and especially in Europe, it was very established at the time, and you needed to get a consent from your parents. And being parents from India, that was a big step for me to get the consent first, right? So.
And he won races. He won the Formula Maruti race in Coimbatore 2 times running when he was under 17. And guess what? In France, in the trials, they would not let them race against each other. The students had to do the laps only. He was the fastest out of 30 people. So how did you break through that barrier? Because Naren, in your life, I really see breaking so many, you can't even call it a glass ceiling. It is like, some granite ceiling of ethnicity, of finances, of a different culture, of an unknown entity like Formula One, and then succeeding so stupendously. And in '96, being chosen as one of the top in your class. How did that work out? And what were the challenges? What were your reactions?
I think inherently it's a lot of passion, and definitely I had the speed, I would say, naturally. But I had to work hard at many other things, right? So to put this whole thing together, as you say, it is extremely expensive sport. The equipment you have matters, and early 90s, it was so tough to do any of this. But went to France, I was amongst, they paired me with the American students. I was amongst the top of them, and then I got a scholarship, and that's when the journey really started. And then in '96, I had a big break where Philip Morris, the makers of Marlboro, picked me up, and we had to take these opportunities because it was, as I said, you get these opportunities very few and far between, especially in motor racing, any part of the world, right? So I won the Asian Championship, and then then the steam built up, and thankfully the Tatas came into, supporting me until this day. I've worked with them for 25 years. And, so they keep, they philanthropic, and this was part of sport building and all of that. So you have to be at the right place at the right time, and for me, that also has played a major role. And being the first driver from India, winning in Formula 3, then Formula 2, and then all of that, it built the momentum, and it, ended up me going to Formula 1. So, yeah, it's kind of, it's been an exciting journey, and motor racing, as you know, it's full of thrills and speed and big accidents, and I think all of that, kind of makes it very special. Yeah.
I would like to link up to one of the questions I just asked Gopi. I was hoping I'll get a break between the two of you, so you will not know that I did half my homework and asked you the same questions. Now I'm totally exposed. So, you were nearly there in 2000. You were in the pole position. You were, I think, 11 seconds ahead of the second car. And then you went off track on a straight track. Next race, you won again. And this was the race which Ayrton Senna had won in '83. This was the race which Michael Schumacher had won. If you had won that race, God knows, 2005 would have happened in 2000. How did you cope with that adversity? That kind of a failure, which is just a split second for a 23-year-old who's racing at 350 kilometers per hour. And one split second move means so much.
Like Gopi just said, right? You have a lot of successes far and few between, and this is a mistake that haunted me for the rest of my career. But this was something I needed to put it away and then keep focusing on what I had to do. So this was in 2000. As you said, this was the big race. This was the Formula 3 World Cup, and this was the race that Ayrton Senna won in '83. Michael Schumacher in '90, and 10 years later, it was a very, very important race. Had pole position in Macau, in the streets of Macau, in the wet, when it was damp. I was 7 seconds faster than the next guy, and it was incredible a lap which I felt that I gave it all, and broke the lap record 5 times in qualifying, and ended up in pole position. And as a 22-year-old, you're thinking of, so many things, so much of success, and as you rightly said, I thought I was in Formula 1 in the next two months, right then, but how wrong I was. I had made a great start. It was the sprint race, the first part of the race. And then again during the race, I had such an easy time of it. Macau, as you know, is a street circuit, is the longest in the world, and it's extremely bumpy. And those days, I would say my, everything came naturally to me. I did not put the long hours of work on the fitness side of things. I just took it for granted, and it just caught up. And in such a big race, so many. All the people, that is Ron Dennis watching this, and Frank Williams, and all the big team owners in Formula 1 are watching this Formula 3 race to pick up their next set of young talent. And here I was, having a comfortable time, again on the race, so dominant. And on lap 7, just a lapse of a concentration, I suppose. It was the same bump I had been over so many, hundreds of times in the last 3 days. And on the same bump, I was pushing slightly a bit harder, and I lost the car, and completely, it's a street track, there's no runoff, crashed into the barrier, game over, done. Your dreams are shattered, and, for me, it was like, you might as well quit racing and do something else. It was such a stupid mistake. But then at that time I had to realize that, that this is not the end, and it was a very, very difficult time for me. things didn't happen as much as I would like it to have happened, and you know, I had so many contracts, and soon as this happened, people started pulling this away. So that was the second innings really, to get myself out of this hole and, you know, work towards, you know, achieving other successes and so on and so forth. But this is something that if I was fitter, if I had a proper coach, and if I had so many other things, it would have been a very, very different story. And possibly, more likely than not, I would have had much more success as a Formula One driver. So this, you live and learn, and the younger generation of drivers, I always tell them that don't take anything for granted. If you have it in you, and if you have to train at 4 a.m. in the morning, be it, right? And if you really want to do it, you'll do it. If you're really passionate, and if you really want to get this done and go after the goals, you'll do it. And you know, so this is something that I learned, and I tell, you know, be it my business venture or any sporting advice, this is something I always tell them. This is an example I narrate, and I explain to them that, you know, it could have been so different, yet, you know, it was this.
And you know, the amazing resilience was that the next one, the Korean one, you won.
It didn't matter to win the other race. It's the same grid, the same drivers. You go to Korea, it's not a well-known race. Same, I was dominant, I won the race. I had a few other Formula One tests, but that was about it.
So this was the one.
This was the one, I mean, you can imagine, Ayrton Senna won this and went to Formula One the next year. Michael Schumacher won this race, made his debut in Formula One the very next year. So anybody who did well here in Macau had the chance to, you know, yeah.
Gopi, two questions for you. One is, you know, Naren mentioned coaching, and you know, two of your most famous women and successful women proteges. Saina says Gopi made sure that all those hardships that he had gone through his career were eliminated in our journey. We owe him the medals. We owe him the victory. This is from an Olympics champion. How did this thinking process evolve for you? You know, that was it your coaches, like you mentioned, your Chinese coach in Germany, who gave you these success mantras of not dwelling on the failure, going ahead, falling and rising up every time? So how did you come to this plan of creating, for once you started the academy, of creating a different reality for your proteges?
I think to a background to this, in retrospect, I could just connect the dots and tell you. But I think one point of the basic course which really stuck with me was more responsibility, more power. I think that statement just stuck on at the basic course, because for me, whatever I took on weren't things in my control. People would really think, why should you do it? It's not your job. You're a player. You're a coach. You don't need to get into administration. You don't need to get in and conduct tournaments. You don't need to do this for the players. But then that word stuck to me. And I think that has been a huge influence on my life. Coming this way back in 1995 was a huge difference in the way I conducted myself in life. For me, I was very fortunate, God's grace. I always had coaches as though it was designed to tell me that this is the way it has to be done. My first coach was Hamid Hussain sir. Sir never taught me how to play, in some sense how to hold the racket, but he taught me how to love the sport. He made me want to come back to the stadium each day, and for me that was huge. When I look at a young kid of my age, when I was there, I want to be like what he was to me. And I had Arif sir, who was my next coach, super disciplinarian, when I really wanted it, then he knew how to get work done. And he was super strict with me. And that is how I want to be when a kid really loves the sport. Then I want to tweet him to ensure that he falls in line and he does everything for the sport. And I was very fortunate that we had somebody like Prakash sir, who won the All England in 1980. Thankfully, we at least can believe or could believe that an Indian can win at the highest level. Thanks to his inspiration and the way he's conducted his life, I think he has been an inspiration. So I've trained under him, so I learned a lot from him. And my final coach was Ganguly Prasad, who worked more like a friend. And that is how I would want my relationship to be with my athletes who have reached the good level. So at different levels, I see myself as different people in my life who've been instrumental for me. I think much of what we say is the hard work or the effort which we put. I think the intention, the impulse, the motivation which we get, and even the intention to do something is also God's grace or Guru's grace. I think we need to be cognizant of that. I think to think that we have done or I have done, I think is a wrong notion. I think we're just lucky. Just lucky we are in this place. We are lucky even to accept those words and remember them, because that's also the Guru's grace or the God's grace which is there. So I think the whole story is driven by a whole set of things which we don't know. So in my whole conversation in the last few minutes, if it almost seems as though I have done it, I think it's a wrong idea. I think the inspiration to do it has also come from somewhere else, and I don't know where it has come from, or it will never be possible to comprehend that. And that is, I think, important. And if you're able to get this thing across, that I'm in this place for some reason, and since I'm anyway in this place, give it the best shot, I think is the way I would look at my journey.
Thank you. Wonderful. Naren, as I was researching your career graph very closely, and I realized that all the financial crises had a direct impact on you, because some of the constructor or the company would be getting impacted. The European crisis of 2011, 2008 great financial crisis, I could see such a clear pattern. And Formula One gets impacted very much. How much of a role does that really play in a career then? That you are the best, you're doing very well, the company folds up, or Force India becomes Mexican overnight. How do you deal with that kind of stuff, and what backups do you keep up your sleeve for things like that, for the macro?
So, as you said, rightly said, 2011 and 12 was a very tough time in Europe. I was driving for a Spanish team, and that folded up in 2012. But as an athlete, you have other plans and so on and so forth. So, my next career move was to go to Japan, and I started, driving for both Honda as a manufacturer and Toyota. And I lived out the rest of my career, my racing career in Japan. So, I had opportunities because I possibly, they saw what I had some speed and so on and so forth. But as you said, the financial crisis had a direct impact in Formula One. It was what it was, but, end of the day, we all, have the instinct to survive. And also that plays a big part, and you take what there is, and we have all short as a sports person, everything happens in a very short period of time, but then it was a move that kept my career going for the next 6 years. So it was quite fortunate thing to have happened, and yeah.
So as a player, that's the answer. Now I want to talk about your entrepreneurship. Your uniform, he's come straight from office. You can see DriveX emblazoned on his uniform. He set up a very successful renewables business along with his brother. JP Morgan was an investor. Now he's launched DriveX, which is into personal mobility. In August, one of the most reputed business houses of India, TVS Motors, TVS have taken a large stake in the company. So could you share your entrepreneurship journey a bit with us?
Formula One is a business as well. So a lot of parallels, about teamwork, innovation, strategy. All of this I learned for many, many years. In a completely different space, obviously. So there are, lot of relations lot of parallels to how to run a business. At least my success was all because of teamwork, right? And to have a successful business, you need a good team of people. And that's what I've built. We have built a great set of people who are also, part of this journey, DriveX. The company is about pre-owned two-wheeler mobility, which is affordable. And we started off this venture in 2020 August because of the tailwinds of COVID. Everyone wanted personal mobility, and this was a space where we could add value to the end user. And a lot of my learnings from motor racing is directly, relates to what I've done. First of all, because of my racing career, I have a good connect with all the auto ancillaries and worldwide. So we've thought about all of this. Personal mobility was something very important, and it had to be affordable, and we got into it. And thankfully, it's all gone the right way. You need luck, you need the right people, and thankfully, we've done all of that, and it's come to this. So, yeah.
Well, this is a wonderful, initiative which he's taken. He's making available two-wheelers, making people personally mobile, especially during the COVID time. He initiated this, and at a 50,000 rupees, which is like $500 or 500 euros, he's making available, and that's the capital cost. The lease is much lesser. He's really making personal mobility available to the bottom of the pyramid and across the middle classes. So more strength to you, more success to you. We'll end with a few rapid fire questions before I toss it to the audience. I'm sure a lot of you will have questions, but my minders are telling me I have well exceeded the time, and they have threatened to cut off my mic. Only their mics will work. So I'll do the rapid fire quickly. Player or coach? What was better? Fast.
Player.
Player or entrepreneur?
Player by a long way.
Wonderful. What an insight, both of them. You are driving at 350 kilometers an hour. How many steps ahead have you thought? They don't allow you a lot of the gadgetry that we have. Our cars are idiot-proofed because we are driving it, but your cars, they take away everything, and you have to manage it, and the drag is 5 times the weight of the car. How many steps ahead are you looking ahead and planning?
So, most of the athletes, motor racing as well also, you do a lot of multitasking. 350 kilometers an hour, you're thinking, 10 laps ahead, you know what is the plan, but it never really plans out, but you have something, to say that this is what you're going to do, and so on and so forth. Also, the experience which you gain over the years also helps a lot. So, multitasking is something that all of us do, all the time. Yeah.
And does that help in business? Are you doing a lot of scenario forecasting? I am a consultant. I'm always available.
The thing that...
Anurag is also very good at that.
The thing that amazes me is everything is an instant in whatever I've come from, my sport. In business, you have to wait and then find out the consequences. So, so that is the biggest difference. Which, yeah.
Gopi, how many moves you would be saying, Acha, this serve I'll put in and he's going to hit it here, you will already be standing there? How many moves ahead did you plan?
I think intuitively whatever comes at that moment of time. But truly, I think most of what we talk about is retrospectively, because in the moment it just flows. We have a saying in the sport, the body knows what to do. Don't get the mind in the way of the body. So.
Wow. Your comment?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. So true.
Because I just find it so amazing. You're at 350 kilometers per hour and only that much error, and you have to overtake also. So how do you do that?
Yeah, so many scenarios, play out, and at that moment, you do the right decision, and sometimes you don't. So that's the way it is.
Some advice for the young Gopi in 1991 that you would wish you could go back and give him, or you might say, it's fine, I don't want to change anything. Anything that you wanted to change, or any advice you would have given him?
No, I think I'm very, very satisfied with my playing career. And I would say that's been the most fulfilling for me. And I would say whatever happened, happened for the best. And I would just let it be.
For you, same.
Well, I was, the first driver from India, so everything was, new. But I wouldn't change anything. As I said, extremely lucky to have done what I have done, especially coming from, a culture that really didn't have motorsport anywhere in the horizon. So, I've done things which I could have done better for sure, but then, hey, I'm here, and being the first Indian Formula One driver is very special to our racing community and to me personally. So I'm very, very thankful. Yeah.
Thank you. This audience is really very fortunate to have seen two champions together. This broadcast is being seen around the world, and last time we had about 2 million views. It's going Facebook Live, it's going on all our websites and all our social media handles. So just to conclude with two pieces of advice for the youth that you would like, somebody starting, maybe start with you, Naren. You have laid the path at least. Now we know what is Formula One. We all see the races. We see the pole positions. Then we see the race on Sunday. Any piece of advice for youngsters? Last. My mic has been just confiscated.
So again, as a young athlete, impossible is nothing. As I said, we are, being the first Indian driver. So many other young drivers are now saying, okay, this guy's done it, so can we. So of course, you have the passion, the grit, and everything else as a sports person should have. Sky's the limit. You have to aim big, dream big, and you get there eventually. Yeah.
Gopi?
What I want to say or what they want to listen to?
Off the court or on the court?
I think what everyone is coming to, the millions of them who are watching the broadcast would love to know where Guruji's thumbnail is. I think from my side, I think we don't know how far we'll go. Give it a best shot, and hopefully we'll achieve much more than what we've dreamt about.
Wish both of you.
Thank you so much.
Wish both of you a lot of success. We conclude this session. Over to you, Christoph ji.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Such wonderful insights. Ajay, thanks for the moderation. May I invite Arvind and Chaina to come up to the stage and facilitate the speakers? And Banu Didi? Come. Join, yeah. I didn't know that. Okay, okay. Extremely thought-provoking. Now, many times, would you agree, it is in the moments of deepest silence that we really are able to digest what life had to offer us, that we are able to gain insight, inspiration, and creativity. So we are so happy to have with us Ms. Bhanumati Narasimhan, the chairperson of the Women's and Welfare Children Programs of the Art of Living Foundation, and of course, a meditation teacher like none other. Let's give her a big round of applause. And we will pause to run with a short guided meditation.
Jai Gurudev. After such wonderful session, we have been hearing about the races, competition, yes. So let us still our mind for some time, the short meditation, yeah. I know you have the next session, so let's all sit comfortably and easily. Yeah, let's settle down. So meditation is a journey from sound to silence, from movement to stillness. Let's experience it for a few minutes now. Settle down at the back. Yeah. Let's sit comfortably and easily. Spine erect, shoulders loose, neck loose, and the whole body relaxed. Eyes closed. Normal breathing. Breathe in with a smile and breathe out with a smile. Keep breathing normally, normal, deep, gentle breath. Your incoming breath energizes the body, and your outgoing breath relaxes the body. Breathe in with a smile and breathe out with a smile. Become aware of the noises around you, if any, and accept all the noises. Become aware of your body. This body is a beautiful gift to you from nature, from the divine. Honor your own body. Once again, breathe in and breathe out. Become aware of your thoughts. Good thoughts, bad thoughts. Let it be. Once again, breathe in and breathe out. Become aware of your feelings. Pleasant, unpleasant. Let it be. You're much more bigger than your thoughts and feelings. Once again, breathe in and breathe out. Right now, you have nothing to do and nothing to know either. Just relax and let go. You are peace. You are peace. गुरोरादिरनादिश्च गुरोर्परमदैवतम् दैवतं गुरोर्परतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्री श्री गुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्त कर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदायिने तस्मै श्री श्री गुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्री जगन्नाथ मद्गुरो श्री जगद्गुरो मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री श्री गुरवे नमः। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Once again, breathe in, and as you breathe out, become aware of your body and surroundings. Once again, breathe in, and as you breathe out, very slowly and gradually, you may open your eyes with a smile. Good. Very short meditation. Nice. Congratulations for all the team to have had such a wonderful session. The previous session was so wonderful. And I want to also say that Gopi Chandji, Gopi ji is my student also. I'm very proud of him. He was very small to come here, and I can also take credit for meditation, for him being like this. Because meditation is such a wonderful tool for our mental strength, no? The mental hygiene, Gurudev often says about it, and how we all learn about other management, business management, but this is, meditation is about mind management, and how we get the resilience, how we get the proper, right perception at the right time. All these things because of sharp mind, sharp intellect, due to meditation. Is definitely the benefits of meditation is you gain that insight, that intuitive power is there, and you are able to communicate better, observation, expression, perception, everything improves a lot. And life is all about these things, isn't it? Life is about real true communication, proper communication. And with that, I wish you all the best. And all of you learn to meditate. It will be so nice. I know many of you are meditators here. But I tell you, it has really helped millions of people, including me. I can authentically share that it's such a wonderful technique, and it is the great gift that Gurudev has given, gift of silence, I would say. And so wonderful that you are all here in our campus. Namaste, Jai Gurudev.
Bhanu Didi, thank you so much for passing on that gift of silence in your unique way to us. And Rachita will felicitate Bhanu, and we are thanking her. And Gauri could go to the next slide. And the further. Next. And the next. And click a couple of times. Photo. All right. We are now ready for the deep dive discussions. Yesterday, when we had those sessions, it was fantastic because it allowed us to really connect closely to a speaker, to discuss, to share our views. They are both in the building. So in the Mahavir Hall, that is one level up, so a little bit sports for all of us. We have, and that is very much timely to come, the role of sports ethics in the education of children. That will be moderated by Dinesh Gotke. I see Dinesh is over there. Actually, I'm always saying Dinesh is the fittest person I know in the art of living. Let's give him a big round of applause. And he will be moderating the session with our speakers, Mr. Stefan Kraus from Union Berlin, Mr. Peter Marty, advisory board member of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, and Mr. Saumil Maimudar. That is one level up. 2 levels up in the Buddha Hall, if you want to do even be a little more sportive. What leaders can learn from sports? A lot, obviously. Moderated by Eric Solheim. Let's give him also a big round of applause. He will be moderating that session. Speakers, the Honorable Dr. Nick Gugger, Mr. Eric Henningsen, and Vijay Ranjan. Let's move ahead and see you there. conclusion of our program. We will now have Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar joining us for what will be first an awards ceremony. The Guinness Book of Records will give an award to both Eric Solheim for his work and then to Gurudev. We will then have the question to ask a couple of questions to Gurudev in regard to ethics, leadership and sports. So if you have a question you would like to ask, keep it ready for that moment. And after that, we will have here the concluding panel on the stage, moderated by our president of the International Association for Human Values, Darshak Harti. So that's the program, and any moment we will start. Gurudev, we are so happy to have you back in the hall. And the World Book of Records will be conveying an award both on Gurudev and Mr. Eric Solheim. And I invite Ajay Bhagat to read out the laudation.
Gurudev, we have an award which is being bestowed by the World Book of Records Europe to Mr. Eric Solheim, 6th Executive Director, United Nations Environment Programme. This Excellence Award is in recognition of his public service of nearly 4 decades and especially his initiatives in the field of climate change, sustainability, as well as creating a more peaceful and just world. I would request Mrs. Shikha Sharma, President Karnataka of the World Book of Records, London, to present the award to Mr. Eric Solheim. Thank you, Shikha ji. Yeah, we can take the award. Thank you. The second award for the day is awarded to Gurudev. I will read the citation in Hindi. Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji, Bharat Kirtiman Alankaran 2022, World Book of Records, सम्मान पत्र। संसार भर में श्रद्धेय एक आध्यात्मिक और मानववादी गुरुदेव ने 45 करोड़ से ज़्यादा मानवों के हित में कोर्स किए हैं और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों और पाठ्यक्रमों आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग एवं इंटरनेशनल एसोसिएशन फॉर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज़ सहित संगठनों के एक नेटवर्क से 180 देशों से भी ज़्यादा देशों में अपना प्रभाव किया है। इसके गुरुदेव ने ऐसे अनोखे एवं प्रभावशाली कार्यक्रमों का विकास किया है जिन्होंने व्यक्ति को वैश्विक, राष्ट्रीय, सामुदायिक और व्यक्तिगत स्तरों पर चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए सशक्त, सुसज्जित और परिवर्तित किया है। I'll give you the gist in English. This is a certificate of excellence and award awarded to Param Pujya Gurudev by the World Book of Records in recognition of the work carried out by the Art of Living Foundation and the International Association for Human Values in over 180 countries, which has served more than 450 million people across the world, created harmony and created a stress-free society. ये भारत कीर्तिमान प्रदान करने के लिए मैं फिर आमंत्रित करूंगा शिखा शर्मा जी, डायरेक्टर, वर्ल्ड बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स, भारत को।
So we have been debating and reflecting for the last 1.5 days on the topics of ethics and leadership in sports. And we have now that window of opportunity to ask questions to Gurudev on the topic. And I would like to request the mics to be handed out. And I just had an interesting dialogue over lunch with Tom Farry, representing the Aspen Institute. Maybe, Tom, if you would like to kick it off, we are bringing the mic. Yes, please.
Thank you. First of all, a great honor to be here. And Gurudev, I really appreciated your conversation yesterday, including the first thing that you said, the question you posed, which is, should we take sports seriously? I think that opened up a really interesting conversation, because sport, like any other institution, is neither positive nor negative. It's neutral, and it's what we do with it, right? So my question for you would be, if you were to design a sports system or ecosystem that serves the public interest, or serves children, serves communities, serves the needs of the nation, what would be the values and what should be some of the strategies that we should think about to build that type of sports system?
First of all, we have to give them a broader context to life. A sportsman should not think winning or losing is the beginning and end of all his career. He should have a broader context to life, number one. So that he doesn't go down if he loses and just lose his cool when he, when he hits the top. So that humility and a sense of teamwork has to be inculcated in a youngster. And taking people all along, number two, how much he can take people with him or with her. That shows his resilience. How much they can be resilient in the outcome of what they perform. Number two. Number three, human values. This we cannot forget. Human values like friendship, compassion, kindness, and service to others. These values, if they are very well ingrained in them, and you will find them being more happy. And even in tough times, they are able to pull through and bring people along with them. I would say I would restrict to these three for now. Yeah.
Dear Gurudev, also for me it's a pleasure to be here at the World Summit Ethics and Leadership in Sports. What is your solution? What could be the solution to get corruption out of the game, and especially at the top leagues where sports gets very professional and where a lot of money is involved?
You know one thing? Corruption begins where the sense of belongingness ends. Nobody does corrupt practice with someone whom feels they are very close to them. Suppose your friend is there, you will never be corrupt with them. You will never ask bribe from them. And you know someone is from your own hometown, or someone who is related to you or whatever, or your classmate or school friend, you have grown up together. It's impossible, almost difficult for you to do corrupt practices with such a person. So lack of sense of belongingness and friendliness is one of the reasons, I would say, that sprouts the corrupt activity. So here a sense of belongingness makes a very big difference. Second is stringent laws. If not through values, at least through fear, people follow rules and regulations. The stringent laws, when they see that they can be caught and their career is at danger, the fear also can, contribute in people not being so corrupt. And third thing is, I would say, movement. If you keep a person stagnant in a place for too long, there is more chances of that person being corrupt. So when a circulation happens, when people start moving, then they will not have enough time to be corrupt. Because you can be corrupt with a person somehow, for that also you need little bit of familiarity. So by the time you get to know people and try to be corrupt, you're already moved out of the place. That could be one solution, I would say. You want to add something, Eric? Please, please.
Namaskar, Guruji. Thank you to be the blessing sports around the world. Yeah. We need a guru, and finally I'm confidently said that sports get his guru to lead the ethics and values in the sports. Thank you, sir, very much, sir. I want to ask one question, sir. Ethics is not the responsibility of the athlete, not the coaches, not the organization. It's the responsibility of the government all around the world. What is your message to all the governments head to implement ethics right from the grassroots level? That's my question.
I would say, the government should support from the back. Government should support whether it is, let me just introduce, Lokesh Muniji is one of the great advocate of peace, and he travels around the world and heads the Jain tradition, and very dynamic spiritual leader and known all over, and we welcome him. Yeah. And coming back to your question, should government be involved? How much their involvement should be? See, without government support, nothing can flourish. Whether it is religious institutions or business. Likewise, sports also cannot flourish without government support. But their involvement must be minimum. Government should not interfere in in appointment of sports authorities or in many other manner, that they should not interfere in the sports arena. But they must provide the infrastructure, for example, building stadiums and giving, recognizing sportsmen, and wherever financial support is needed, that they will have to do. These are something I wish that, I feel that government must support. Like in this country, for many years, sports were not taken into consideration at all. So, except that some people would play cricket, no other sports were given any big encouragement for many, many years. And parents would discourage, so would be the whole system would discourage people going into sports. They never knew that sports can also be taken as a profession. That was foreign in this country. I mean, it was completely an alien idea. But now, fortunately, that has changed. That youngsters, they would say either you study or you play games, and if you are not good in studies, you go to games. That was the type of prejudice that they had against sports. But luckily, now in the past decade or so, little over a decade, that has changed, and more youngsters are participating games and taking it as a profession as well.
जय गुरुदेव। मेरा नाम अखिल कुमार है, मैं ओलंपियन हूँ, अर्जुन अवार्डी हूँ। बॉक्सिंग में मैंने बड़े बड़े टूर्नामेंट खेले हैं और जब भी नेक्स्ट डे जैसे बाउट होती है तो कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत रहा है, काफ़ी अच्छे से परफॉर्म भी किया है, लेकिन एक रात पहले जो बेचैनी होती है उसको किस क्रिया के द्वारा किस तरीके से मैं कम कर सकता हूँ, शांत कर सकता हूँ? ऐसी कोई प्रक्रिया हो तो प्लीज़ मुझे ज़रूर बताएं। और ऐसा नहीं है कि लगभग हमने सबसे पूछा है, लगभग मतलब पूछने का मतलब आपस में ही पूछा है, तो वो कह देते हैं फोकस करो। तो मुझे आज तक वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा फोकस किस चीज़ पे करना है। और जब तक हम हार जीत के बारे में सोचेंगे नहीं तो हम खेलेंगे कैसे? हार जीत हमें भी पता है भाई, खेल के दो हिस्से हैं, लेकिन उस बेचैनी से उस जो वो सिचुएशन होती है उसमें एकाग्रता कैसे रखें? आप उसके बारे में कुछ ज्ञान दें।
The question is, you feel restless before the game, how to handle the restlessness, how to handle yourself. Unless you have the spirit of competition, you cannot win. But when you have spirit of competition, you also feel the restlessness. इसके लिए ये करना चाहिए, एक तो पीछे मोड़ के आप देखिए, ये पहली बार नहीं है। हाँ, पहली बार यदि आप जा रहे हो कुश्ती लड़ने तो आपको सच में एक बेचैनी होती है, अरे क्या होगा, जीतूंगा कि नहीं हुआ, जीतूंगा हारूंगा तो लोग क्या कहेंगे, मेरा करियर खत्म हो जाएगा। इस तरह से एक बेचैनी शुरू में हो सकता है। मगर आपने कितने बार खेल चुके हो और हर बार ये होता रहा तो आपको मुड़ के देखना चाहिए, पहले भी हुआ था मगर मैं जीत के आया, इसको तो मैंने संभाल लिया। ये हमारी ही अनुभव के तौर पर हम क्या करते हैं, हम पीछे मुड़ के देखते नहीं हैं, याद नहीं आता। हर बार बेचैनी ताज़ा लगता है, नया लगता है, ये नहीं लगता ये पुरानी बेचैनी है, नंबर एक। दूसरी बात है, ध्यान करने से, प्राणायाम करने से आप बेचैनी से बाहर आ सकते हैं। तीसरी बात है, कहीं पर आपका विश्वास यदि है, टिका हुआ है। देखिए इसीलिए हमारे जब भी कुश्ती लड़ने जाते जय बजरंग बली कह के जाते थे, कहते थे कि नहीं, जय भीम कहते थे या जय बजरंग बली कहते थे। तो कि जहाँ कहीं विश्वास टिका हुआ है तब भी हम बेचैनी पर काबू पा लेते हैं। ये तीन उपाय है। एक क्या है, एक अपने ही स्वयं अनुभव को लौट के देखना। दूसरा है, ये दूसरा तो बहुत ही आसान है, बहुत अच्छा है, प्राणायाम करें, थोड़ा प्राण का संचार हमारे भीतर अच्छा हो, ध्यान करें, क्रिया करें तो बेचैनी नाम की चीज़ पास नहीं आती है फिर। और तीसरी बात यह है कि विश्वास, वो विश्वास करें तो उससे हम या अपने जो भी आपके गुरु हैं, आपके मास्टर हैं, वो तो पीछे खड़े हैं आपके पीछे, वो बोलते हैं अरे बेटा चलो मैं तुम्हारे पीछे हूँ। यही तो गुरु का है ना। जब भीम भी जब लड़ने गए पहली बार, पीछे तो खड़े थे द्रोणाचार्य, बोले अरे चल मैं तो हूँ तेरे पीछे। इस तरह से विश्वास से भी आदमी आगे बेचैनी से पार हो सकता है।
हाँ। जब खेलते हैं बॉक्सिंग रिंग या कुश्ती के मैट पे, जब अकेले कोई पिटना होता है, अकेले कोई मार खानी होती है, कोई खड़ा नहीं होता उस टाइम।
नहीं, आप अकेले हो ही नहीं, ये समझो। I said to get over this restlessness, I said this, well, it is justifiable when the first time you go for a fight, you feel restless. It's natural and you feel nervous. Nervousness is quite natural when it was your beginning, the first time you are going for it. But I said when it is happening again and again, I said just look back. And we often forget that we had the same anxiety before also. If you look at your own pattern of anxiety, you can definitely say, I had this anxiety before, but I did it. I did overcome it, I did well. So you can get over it. Otherwise, every time when we are anxious, it feels fresh and new, as though you never had anxiety before. So when you look at your own pattern of anxiety, it becomes easier for you to get over it. This is the first solution. Second solution, I said, the pranayam or breathing exercise or meditation, this tremendously help people to get over anxiety and nervousness. Third one is that confidence, that faith. You invoke the faith in you that you can do it, or there is a bigger force, like when there is a coach standing behind you, it's easier for you to play, right? Especially when you're learning swimming and you become carefree when you jump into the water, because you know there is a swimmer, the coach is standing out there, and coach is going to help you out. Suppose if you are drowning, he's going to pull you out. So, like these, some of these ideas can help you to get over the nervousness or anxiety.
जय गुरुदेव। गुरुजी, जैसे आज आते हमें आश्रम में पता लगा कि लगभग 25-30 एडवांस कोर्स और एडवांस क्लास यहाँ पे चला रखी हैं। आपके मन में कुछ खेलों के लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है कि जिससे एडवांस क्लास हो, कोर्स हो, जिससे खिलाड़ियों का ज़्यादा फायदा हो, खिलाड़ी आगे बढ़ें? क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान में आज खेल बढ़ा, पर जिस स्तर पे हम चाहते हैं, जिस स्तर पे हम खेलों में विश्व में नाम चाहते हैं, ओलंपिक हो चाहे एशियन गेम्स हो, कुछ भी हो, उस स्तर पे आज हम खड़े नहीं हैं। और वहाँ पे किस तरीके से हम खड़े हो सकते हैं? और एक जो बड़ी बात है, आज मेरे को आज ये पता लगा कि कुछ बच्चे यहाँ पे फुटबॉल के भी है, ताइक्वांडो के भी हैं, जो यहाँ पे प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। कुछ ऐसा आपका प्लान भी है कि पूरे देश में ही, जैसे आपने हर जगह आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग के सेंटर खोले हुए हैं, आश्रम खोले हुए हैं, कि इस तरीके से कोई पूरे देश में खेलों के कुछ ऐसे सेंटर खुलें? आपका आशीर्वाद बनाए जिससे खेल आगे बढ़ें। क्योंकि सरकार तो अपने लेवल करती है, पर जिस तरीके से हम चाहते हैं उस लेवल पे नहीं हो पाया। क्योंकि इसमें जब तक आप जैसे जो इस देश के एक आत्मा ही बोले, मैं एक महान आत्मा ही बोले, क्योंकि कोई आप जैसे गिने चुने ही संत और दिव्य आत्मा यहाँ पे हैं। जब तक आप जैसे दिव्य आत्मा यहाँ पे हर कोने में देश के आगे खेल को आगे बढ़ाने में अपना आशीर्वाद नहीं, तब तक वो चीज़ें नहीं हो सकती। हम ओलंपिक में आज तक का बेस्ट हमारा रिकॉर्ड, आप इस बार 7 मेडल आए हैं, 2012 में 6 मेडल आए थे। पर हम जो हमारा सपना रहता है 20 मेडल, 30 मेडल, 50 मेडल का, वो तभी पूरा होगा जब आपका आशीर्वाद बने और आपके मन में कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें हैं पूरे देश में जो आप सेंटर खोलो ऐसे खेलों के।
भाई, इसमें मैं एक आपको ये कहूँगा कि एक आपको बदलाव करना है। क्या? आप करिए कहने के बजाय आप करें, हम कर लेते गुरुदेव, आप और हम मिलके ही हो पाएगा। खेल कूद का कोई भी करना हो, आप चलो, हम आपके साथ हैं, हम आपके पीछे हैं, अवश्य करेंगे।
मैंने आप और मिलके वो पार्टनरशिप ही लगती है, इसलिए मैंने आपके आशीर्वाद की बोली है।
हाँ,
कि हमें आपका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। अगर हम बोलते कि हम और आप साथ में करें तो फिर वो एक बराबर लेवल हो जाता है, और बराबर आपका और हमारा लेवल है नहीं। हम तो आपके शिष्य हैं, इसलिए मैंने आपके ऊपर सारी चीज छोड़ दी।
आशीर्वाद में हम कभी कंजूसी नहीं करते, हम पूरा देते हैं। आप लोग करो। He's asking me to start some sports, academy and encourage more youth to, there are a lot of people who listen to me, and so I have to take a role. I said, it's not me taking a role, we should together do something. I said, we all have to come together to do more work on the field of sports. Yeah. Eric, you want to say something? Please.
Allow me a couple of lessons from today's discussions, which I found very, very rich and very inspiring, and it's so much to report, but 2 things did stand out for me. One is that all sports is teamwork. Even if you are running for an individual sport, you can never win alone. You can only win with a team, with different kind of trainers, gurus, people to inspire you, a team of every sort. And I'm a soccer fan, and the greatest soccer team of all times, in my view, was the German team who did win the 2016 Brazil World Cup. It was a team of 11 stars. It was not one star, 11 stars. And whenever one person saw another person better placed, he would center, he would pass the ball to that person rather than try to make it himself. And that made the most brilliant team of every time. But all sports is teamwork. You cannot do it without a team. And no one has always won. It's not a cricket team, nor a soccer team, nor an individual sports star who won all games. Every good player have lost something to win. But to learn from the mistakes and the failures and the difficulties in life and to do better next time, that's the inspiring story of sports. So that's the one lesson, it's teamwork. And the second lesson is we need sports to unite the world. There are, unfortunately, a huge number of people who want to divide the world. Some of them are presidents, some of them are religious leaders, some of them are generals, some of them are terrorists. But for many different reasons, they want to divide the world, put the United States against China, put India against Europe, whatever it may be. We must make a failure of these efforts because it makes life so much more difficult for people on this earth. But sports can divide, but sports can also unite, but it can only unite if you show respect for each other, fair play, and what you said, humbleness, acceptance of others, and that you want to succeed yourself, but you also want to help others to succeed. So these are the two main issues for me, teamwork, and let's make sports unite people in this world.
Lovely, lovely.
Gurudev, I have had the two speeches here, and I have pointed out that it's important for developing the sport in India. You need to also develop good teachers, coaches, and sport leaders. So I think the time is coming to bring the sport much more into the schools, and also that you have to develop university where you can develop teachers and coaches and leaders. Because as far as I know, isn't any university in India at the moment where you can take an education in sport. What is your
Not just in India, the whole of Asia. There is no university anywhere in Asia which focuses on sports or developing sports faculties. I think it's very, very valid, Inge, what you have said. It's very timely that we have to start something out like that. I think maybe you can start right from our Sri Sri University, a department for, sports and training, teachers in different sports. I mean, it's a very, very valid and very important point that you raised. Thank you for that. From Nepal. And we can also propose this to our government here to do one such.
Namaste, good afternoon everyone. I just want to share one story. I'm from Nepal. I'm a national cricket player representing Nepal from the last 20 years. And so luckily, with Guruji's blessing, we got to go experience the Art of Living basic course in 2013. So till that time, we never had played a big level tournament, or we were a very low ranked team. So after doing the course, the teacher said, the teacher who had come to take the course had said, you guys are going to play the World Cup very soon. So that time, to be honest, I didn't believe it, because it was a childhood dream for all of us. And we had never experienced that level. So it was very hard to believe at first. But after 6 months, after regular practice of the breathing techniques and yogas and everything, meditation, we had a miraculous result, like we qualified directly to the World Cup. There were 16 teams. So out of the 16 teams, we got to qualify to the World Cup, and we did really well in the World Cup as well. So very thankful to Gurudev, and I hope like more and more sports people take up these breathing practices and yoga and meditation in the future, because I truly believe it will bring a lot of results, good positive results. And one question to Guruji is, like we talk about uniting the world through sports and everything, but how do you unite the people working for it and the team itself? You know, like I play a team game. Sometimes we are like family, but we have little issues here and there. So as leaders of the team and the leaders of the team, how do they play a role to unite the team from inside? Thank you.
You know one thing, whenever you assume the role of a leader, you often find yourself to be a perfectionist. And these two things don't go along. Being a perfectionist and want to be a team player doesn't go at all. Because your concept of perfection is different from others' concept of their perfection. So here, you have to learn to accommodate others, and at the same time, I'm not saying you should drop your attitude of perfectionism. You should keep that tendency, but you have to somewhere give room or space for others' imperfection too. And that would, help in a long run to help those people also to move towards perfection. The friction is always to be more right, more correct, more perfect. This is where the friction arises. Unfortunately, this is not in sync with all the minds, especially if they are very individualistic personalities. They do not agree on that. Because everyone thinks what they think is right, and their idea of perfection or their idea is the best. Now, here, how is that you can create? You have to think, how can you create a room for them also, the other players also, within your larger circle? This is a skill in itself, So, putting the positivity forward and see where all the agreements are there, make that stronger, and then recognize where the disagreements are there, and address those disagreements in a very cordial atmosphere, with patience to listen to the other person's point of view. And this is very, very vital to keep the teamwork going on. So, you have to take some time. Also, sometimes when you feel that there is a very strong disagreement with one or two of your team members, and you want to confront them or you want to talk to them in the group, then it becomes hardened. You must sit with them alone, or with a more cordial atmosphere, and discuss the issue. What is the point? Where do you stand? How we can resolve it? Ask them to be part of the solution. Usually, in a team, people want to come and give the problems to the team leader. What you need to ask them is, give me your solution. Whenever you want to, or when you want to mediate between two team members, in mediation, what happens? Both parties come to you with problems. Both person will say, that guy is like this bowler is like that batsman is being honest or something, whatever. Then what you need to do, you ask them, okay, what is the solution? That guy is not doing right, but tell me the solution. Instead of dealing with the problems, now you will start dealing with the solution. It's a very revolutionary idea, I tell you. In all the talks, mediation, what is happening is we only deal with the problems. And we should ask each one of them, okay, what is your solution? Then you put the solution on the table and see which one works, what can work, how they can be, you can match them. This is, I think, is the way forward for success in any mediation. What do you think? Yeah.
Pranam, Gurudev. Gurudev, we have a contingent of sports champions from Srishu University who are here. All of them are state and national level award winners, medal winners. And we thank you for your guidance and vision to take sports ahead.
All the best. All the best. Big thank you.
Gurudev, I want to seek your guidance on the question that all the young people who are aspiring to make it to national sports teams, they train very hard, work very hard, lakhs of them, but only 10 get selected or 11 get selected in the national team. And then so many of them have to deal with that depression, of that feeling of hopelessness.
Being left out.
Being left out. How should they deal with that and continue life in a positive way?
I have said that in the very beginning itself, that they should have a bigger context to life. Bigger context. It's in every field. See, you go and sit for medical exams, and not everyone gets selected, gets seat in medical colleges. Your engineering college, IIT, same thing. So, this is a very common question from across the disciplines, that when you don't get what you want, how do you deal with it? This is where you have to broaden your horizon and see life is much more than this one aspect of life, that there are many other avenues open. You know? You know the story of Infosys, how Infosys, the IT company started. The gentleman and technocrat who could not get a job. He could not get the government job. With all the qualification, he couldn't get the job. So he started something. So that innovative spirit, we should keep it alive in all our youngsters. See, one thing, it's like playing card. If one card doesn't work, put another card, put another card. So keep putting all your cards on. And I tell you, you have abundance of talent, you have abundance of opportunities too in the world. If this afternoon only somebody came and said, yes, they want to do some cups and, plastic, no plastic, looks like plastic sheets with straws. Just with straw, they also obtained patent for that. So people can be very creative. If not one, something else will work. This is where I said we should have a bigger context that should be given to our people. Yeah. Mike, please. One minute, the mic is coming to you, ma'am. Vinod.
Sport itself has determination, focus, comparison, competition, and an opponent. In this context, how to eliminate seriousness from these words? How to eliminate seriousness, how to compromise seriousness in being focused, determined to win, defeating an opponent? Should we remove the seriousness from these words at all?
No, not at all. That's why I said, should sports be taken serious? I said yes and no, both. So when you are playing, you should take it seriously. Otherwise, you are not really playing the game honestly. But when the result comes, you should not take it seriously. So result, take it playfully. But when you play seriously.
Yeah. Thank you, Gurudev. My name is Anya. I'm from Norway.
and I'm deeply interested in mental strength for athletes. And I'm wondering, in teams, how important is it to meditate together as a team? What's the benefits of that?
Yes. Meditating alone is good, but meditating in group is even better. It's nice. It brings certain harmony in the whole group also, team also. And you know, we are all collective beings, like birds when they fly, they make their own the aerodynamics, you see, they move with certain rhythm. In the same way, when people sit together and meditate, certain rhythm gets developed there also. And this you can find, same way when people are demonstrating, you'll find there is a group dynamics that comes. When people are protesting, in the protest there is a group dynamics. One person protesting is different from 10 people protesting. You'll find more energy, more vibrancy in 10 people protesting. Similarly, meditation also. When one person meditating, of course, it's good for him or her, but when a group meditate, it has its own positive dynamics.
Gurudev, my question is a little different. We also have queries from people who are very successful. And post-success, the question comes, like the Olympians are facing this post-Olympics depression syndrome. After winning, what next? And we had very successful champions that spoke at this conference and who were who were able to move to the second innings. But a lot of our successful sportspersons are also facing this, that one innings is over, how to start the second innings.
You know, that is where I again and again come back to the point, you should have a bigger context to life. You know, this is like the dog chasing a car. The dog in the villages here in India, if you are driving and the car is new to the village, and you will find the stray dogs, they chase the car, and sometimes they overtake the car, and they feel so confused, they don't know what to do now. So many times people think this is my goal and I want to achieve that. After achieving the goal, they find life is so empty. And there is nothing more they could do. You know, they have rise to the top, and what I do now? So this sort of confusion arises, and with confusion comes depression. But if they are engaged in some social projects, if they are caring for environment, for example, if they are caring for the welfare of people, if they have the sense of some social responsibility, such depression will not enter into them. For example, many senior elderly sportsmen, after their career, they don't just say, oh, my career is over, now what do I do? They start teaching, they start coaching, they start training others, they start sharing their experience with younger generation. And when they build up the younger people to a better level of sports, they find themselves very satisfying. I mean, they feel that sense of gratification. So gratification or sense of satisfaction in job comes only when we share with others or do something bigger than self-centered, gainful activity. If you are only focused on self-centered, what do I gain or what I have gained, that's never going to bring such satisfaction or, save you from depression. It will definitely lead you into that mental imbalance, what you have been seeing in the world.
Pranams Gurudev. Thank you for all the valuable insights.
Gurudev, I have a question that has been there in my mind for a long time. I'm a snooker player and I represent the country for last 8 years. I'm a national champion. When I started playing snooker, the reason why I started playing is because when I entered the snooker hall, the snooker club, I only saw men playing that game and I was told that girls cannot play it. So that motivated me to take up that sport and I started playing from there. And in the span of 5 years, I won the national championship. So my question to you, Gurudev, is that what are your views on women in sport?
Yeah. No, you did very good. I'm so glad that you took that first step. Women is no less than men. Today, we have women also playing cricket, women are playing soccer, women are playing everything, even boxing, which was confined only for men in the past. So, I think you are giving a very good message to girls. And see, here also there are many girls. I'm so glad to see girls here and there also. In fact, they are more in number than boys. So, women must come forward and break this monotonous, the hegemony that has been promoted for a long time. Yes? So women, and there is Shruti sitting there, and she is one of the great sports person. There are many here. Mala is there, so many of you. I think you're all sending good message as role model for other girls to really jump into sports. Very good. And parents also, they usually don't let the girls go into sports. They like the girls to do music and dance, of course, but not in sports. But I think that is changing now, and we have to do more work on that level. Yeah.
Pranam Gurudev. Sports is largely associated with the youth and synonymous with the youth. Is sports the domain of the youth, or is there room for the elderly in it? And if so, how do we bring more and more elderly people into that space of fun and activity?
Senior citizens also should engage themselves in some sorts of sports. Yeah. I think it's healthy for everyone. I'm sure this senior citizens club everywhere, they do have some activities like that, isn't it? They do have some activity like that. Yes, Mala has been standing quite some time. Yeah.
I have been coaching children from 15 to 18, and I have seen that many coaches, many parents, and some of the people in the administration telling them you have to win at any cost. Now, when we see this, when we see the children not having a doubt in their mind whether to go with truth and ethics and play the game by the rules of the game, and having a coach or a senior person whom they look up to, wanting them to perform at any cost, how do players have to take this, and how do we ensure that this change comes in the system, that a game is a game and all of us have to play fair?
No, you are very right. You are bringing a point that we need to actually, we should have a separate seminar for parents. It's needed, you know. Especially here in India, parents put so much pressure on kids that they have to win, they have to do, they have to excel in the classes, all this sort of thing. And I would say this has caused tremendous mental pressure on young people in this country. The other day, a parent came and said, one of the minister of Gujarat, his elder son committed suicide because he didn't think he would get the first rank in the final semester. He had first rank all the other semesters. Last semester he thought he will not get, and he committed suicide. And the parents are so, the pain of the parents is, it's an untold misery. And there are many such incidences happening in this country, that the pressure to perform well, the pressure to do the best is taking a toll on the health and life of people here. So that's again I am saying sports should be taken not too seriously. And so also other things when it comes to the result. That's not the end of life. That's not the life. You have to see life from a bigger context. Okay? With this final remark, one last question I will take. Yeah.
Jai Gurudev. We are discussing from yesterday on ethics in sports, ethics and leadership in sports. My question is that how we can inculcate the ethics in sports, because there are so many agencies are related with the sports. Only there is not only a sports person, but there are so many agencies. Then how we can inculcate ethics in sports?
The whole conference is about that only. Everyone sit and brainstorm. And I already mentioned yesterday what is ethics. What you don't want others to do to you, you shouldn't do to others. You don't like to watch a game which is already fixed and which is a cheating. And you are not able to enjoy a game which you know that this game has already been fixed. Right? You can't enjoy a game. A game is enjoyable when you know it is real. It is being played honestly with the full potential. And if the captain is given money or someone is given a money to lose or win, and then you are watching it, you are being cheated, right? And you don't want anyone to cheat you, so you shouldn't cheat others. This is the basis of ethics. Every businessman knows they have a vendor and they have a customer. You don't want your vendors to cheat you, and so then you should not cheat your customer. What you expect from your vendor, you must deliver to your own customer too. So like this, in sports also, there are many players I know bringing ethics in every level. Is not just one day job. For this we have to work hard. Doping, match fixing, and over commercialization of sports, all these have to be checked in places. And honest people, you see, honesty is required in every arena, whether it is spiritual, material, social, political, in every field. What is required is honesty. And that can come when there is a sense of belongingness beyond all prejudice. Race, religion, culture, gender, all these prejudice that we hold on in life should be done away with. Then we can live as a human society. A good human society is what we can envisage through these values. Yeah. Finally, I would request Muniji to just say a couple of words before we end.
विश्व भर में कोटि कोटि लोगों के भीतर मॉरल वैल्यूज, स्पिरिचुअल वैल्यूज एंड ह्यूमन वैल्यूज की ज्योत जलाने वाले ज्योतिपुंज पूज्य गुरुदेव, रेस्पेक्टेड मिस्टर एरिक, गुरुदेव के इतने अथाह ज्ञान के बाद कुछ कहना बहुत ही अटपटा सा लगता है, पर मुझे लग रहा है गुरुदेव कह रहे हैं, जैसे अभी कह रहे थे कि गुरु पीछे खड़ा होता है कि चलो तुम, और मुझे तो कह रहे हैं कि पीछे नहीं, मैं तेरे साथ ही हूं, मैं तुम्हारे पास ही हूं, बोल तुम। दो शब्द इतना ही निवेदन करूंगा। बात चल रही है स्पोर्ट्स में एथिक्स की, बात है बिजनेस में एथिक्स की, पर मुझे लगता है स्पोर्ट्स में एथिक्स या बिजनेस में एथिक्स से पहले एजुकेशन में एथिक्स को लाना होगा। जब तक एजुकेशन में वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन नहीं होगा, बिजनेस की उम्र है 25 से 50 वर्ष की मान लीजिए, स्पोर्ट्स की भी उम्र मान लो मैं अगर कह दूं तो 18-20 से लेके 40-45 की, तो उससे पहले जब तक, क्योंकि मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम जितना है वो केवल हमारे लेफ्ट हेमिस्फीयर को जगा रहा है, जो कि बुद्धि, गणित और तर्क के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। और इसीलिए जो अभी प्रश्न आया था हार और जीत के बीच का या स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर अनैतिक बातों का, जब तक मेंटल डेवलपमेंट और इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट का प्रावधान नहीं जुड़ेगा, और इसलिए पूज्य गुरुदेव आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग के माध्यम से जो अलग जगा रहे हैं वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन की, जो अलग जगा रहे हैं मेडिटेशन की, योग की, प्राणायाम की, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर मेडिटेशन, योग, प्राणायाम, स्पिरिचुअल, ये सब मददगार बनते हैं। मुझे एक छोटा सा प्रसंग याद आ रहा है। क्रिकेट की दुनिया में जिन्हें लोग भगवान भी कहते हैं, सचिन तेंदुलकर जब नर्वस 19 के शिकार हो रहे थे लगातार, चंडीगढ़ से उन्होंने संवाद स्थापित किया। उनके मित्र ने, किसी ने कहा, मैंने उस समय गुरुदेव से सीखी हुई, जो गुरुदेव ने कोटि कोटि लोगों को सिखाया है, डीप ब्रीथिंग का, दीर्घ श्वास का जो प्रयोग है वो एकाग्रता की रामबाण औषधि है। और स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर भी, चाहे विद्यार्थी हो, चाहे खिलाड़ी हो, चाहे व्यापारी हो, सफलता की कुंजी कहीं है तो वो एकाग्रता में है। तो आज मैं समझता हूं ऐसे सागर के बीच में हम गोते लगा रहे हैं, जो ज्ञान का सागर है, जिन्हें अनुभव है इन सारी चीजों का, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारी इस दुनिया के अंदर भी नए वैल्यू और मूल्य जुड़ेंगे, और भारत जो है पूरी दुनिया में अपना नाम रोशन करने में समर्थ बनेगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं केवल इतना ही कहूंगा, मॉरल वैल्यू से पहले भी, जैसे धर्म के क्षेत्र की अगर बात करें, नैतिकता, उपासना, नैतिकता और अध्यात्म, हुआ क्या कठिनाई कि केवल उपासना को ही धर्म मान लिया। इसी तरह से स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर भी हो, तो जब तक हम वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन को स्थान नहीं देंगे, और गुरुदेव के सानिध्य में, तो मैं इसीलिए बार बार यहाँ आता हूँ, जब जब मुझे अपनी बैटरी चार्ज करनी होती है तब गुरुदेव के पास आ जाता हूँ। सैकड़ों हजारों स्कूलों को, बच्चों को निःशुल्क शिक्षा का जो प्रावधान है, जिस तरह से, तो मैं अधिक लंबा समय नहीं लूंगा, केवल इतना ही कहूंगा, बात सरल बलिदान कठिन है, पतन सहज उत्थान कठिन है। बात सरल बलिदान कठिन है, पतन सहज उत्थान कठिन है। गाता है खंडर का हर पत्थर, ध्वंस सरल निर्माण कठिन है। गुरुदेव जो निर्माण का कार्य कर रहे हैं, जो सृजन का कार्य कर रहे हैं, जो उत्थान का कार्य कर रहे हैं, और इसीलिए कहूंगा कि इतिहास कांच के टुकड़ों का नहीं, उज्जवल हीरों का बनता है, और इतिहास घास के तिनकों का नहीं, फौलादी तीरों का बनता है। अरे समरांगण में हथियार डालने वालों, इतिहास कायरों का नहीं, ऐसे त्यागी, तपस्वी, महान वीरों का बनता है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ ओम अर्हं।
So Gurudev, Stefan Kraus and Joanna, they have a gift for you. We mentioned on the top of the league in the German Bundesliga is Union Berlin, and they would like to dress you with their dress. So, I would like to invite Mr. Darshak Hati, the president of the International Association for Human Values, to come on stage. And we have a concluding keynote panel. Darshakji, please, if you would like to come. And I request everybody to stay back. It's going to be a fantastic panel, a real highlight. Come, Darshakji. I know this is a difficult moment, but we will handle it. Everybody who stays back is going to be very popular with us. Huh? Can we request the chairs to come? And Darshak, you want to call up? You want to call up? Yeah, all of them. Anyway, that's a beautiful moment now. The T-shirt. Yeah. I'll be there. I'll be there. You only do it. No. You can only do it. You will do it very nice. Yes, you will say yes to everything. We asked you that if he will stay here, but he said he has to go. No, he should not. He cannot. But you still want to call all these people? Yes, all of them.
Chris? Chris? How do they sit?
Like that, yeah, that's good. And they also have the name and everything. Narendra, can I have the name? The table and the name?
So, the Jonas and the Charles can sit next to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
One to side and then those two boxes.
Let us please sit back. We're going to have an incredible session, really. You're going to miss out. So take your seats and we kick it off. It's going to be fun. People are going to settle in.
Jai Gurudev. May I request everyone to take your seats so then we can start our final keynote speech session. Requesting everybody to take your seats. सभी लोग अपनी जगह पे बैठ जाए तो हम हमारा फाइनल सेशन शुरू कर सकते हैं. And may I invite our esteemed speaker on the stage, Mr. Jonas Brunswijk. Mr. Jonas Brunswijk, may I invite you on the stage? Mr. Jonas, yeah. Mr. Jan Rolls. Mr. Jan. Mr. Jan Rolls. Yogeshwar Dutt ji. Akhil Kumar ji. Hi. योगेश्वर जी कहाँ गए?
Christoph? One of them said she's not coming, so because she understands.
Okay. So special message from Gurudev. Gurudev has asked everyone to stay back in the auditorium and be in the session. May I invite Bilkis Mir to be on the stage? And Dr. Chenraj Roychand.
Let's settle back in.
Please. I will go to the podium. Sure.
Good evening, everyone. So let's start. Can we all take our place? So this is our final keynote speech, and I welcome all our speakers on the stage. Give them a big round of applause. You can do it better, right? So we just had a lovely session with Gurudev, and with a special instruction from Gurudev, we are going to have this final session, right? So I need all your support, your participation. Are you all with us? Yes, everyone? Okay. So without wasting any more time, let's invite our first speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Jonas Brunswick. He's the CEO of Swissnex in India. Swissnex is an organization which is collaborating on a science and technology between Switzerland and India. And he's also the youngest Consul General of Switzerland in Bangalore. Mr. Jonas has lived in Switzerland, Egypt, Argentina, USA, and now he's in India, in Bangalore, for 3 more years on a special deputation. So over to you, Mr. Jonas.
Namaskara. This is a hard job to come right after the session we just had. My name is Jonas Brunswick, and I love to play. I don't quite know why I am on this stage, because I do not count any significant achievements in sports, and my leadership journey is just in its infancy. But I was invited, and I love to say yes, so you're going to be stuck with me for a few more minutes. Einstein said that play is the highest form of research. And Friedrich Nietzsche defined a man's maturity as one who has regained the seriousness that he had as a child at play. Steve Jobs considered the computer as a bicycle for the mind. The idea of play is and has been central to my life from as long as I can remember. I spent my childhood obsessively playing football, and I started my career in 2011 in Boston, working for a company called Uncharted Play, supporting 2 young women at Harvard who invented the socket ball, a football that generates electricity. You kick a ball around, a dynamo inside generates electricity, you plug in a lamp, and you turn on the light. It's a brilliant idea, meant to be distributed in resource-poor communities around the world. I spent nearly 2 years with Uncharted Play as an unpaid intern, writing curriculum on how to use the ball in resource-poor communities and get children as excited about science and engineering as they are when they're kicking a ball around. The socket ball eventually failed to take off, and it turns out it's rather difficult to make a durable tech product that is meant to be kicked around constantly. And it's even harder to embed the right to repair in resource-poor communities. Although I am sure that Indian Jugaad would have changed the equation in that case and extended the life of many a socket ball. Now, while the socket ball chapter of my life has clearly ended, the element of play and playfulness remains central to my life. To me, there are few things as powerful and joyful as playful learning. There's a book by Mitch Resnick, an MIT professor, on the idea of the lifelong kindergarten. It's basically about how lessons from kindergarten can help everyone develop the creative thinking skills needed to thrive in today's society. You may wonder, what does this have to do with sports? Well, kindergarten is where kids learn to play with each other. And although I understand that in recent years there's more math than play in kindergarten involved, that is how it's designed to be. There's a famous designer, Charles Eames, who once said that toys are not really as innocent as they look. Toys and games are preludes to serious ideas. The point that I'm trying to make is that play is intimately linked with childhood, as intimately linked with childhood as it is with sports. In fact, the word sport itself has been around in the English language since the mid-15th century, when it was derived from the Old French déporter, meaning to amuse, to please or play. So the word sport has its origins as a diversion from work or serious matters, as a form of recreation or amusement. Now, if we fast forward to today, it seems to me that sports feature in our lives in 2 main ways. One, as an enormous industry that we passively and passionately consume, and 2, as something that we occasionally practice in the pursuit of a more balanced lifestyle. But I wonder, shouldn't there be a third way, where the ideas of play feature more prominently in our lives, and in our professional lives in particular? In business, the goal seems to be to win the game. But what if it were to just play the game instead? To focus more on the process rather than the goal, on the journey rather than the destination? What if we could do without the pressure and anxiety of having to win at all costs in life and focus instead just on playing? Letting go of expectations, putting the core values of sports at the center of life, values such as fair play, integrity, teamwork, and good sportsmanship, which incidentally are all critical in the job market nowadays too. I am reminded of Federer's recent farewell to tennis and the tears that he shared with his best frenemy Nadal. We may know them now for how much they have won, but we will remember them for how they truly embodied the values of sports. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jonas. Yeah, I fully agree with you. Focus on journey rather than destination and process rather than goal. So we quickly move to our next speaker, Mr. Jan Roelf. He's an international sports commentator from the NOS Sports Netherlands. He has worked in the UNITA.
Good afternoon. I think we haven't shared at this summit. Usually when you come in on the ashram, you sense love and connection. Connection I felt, and we mentioned that already here. But we haven't shared here the love for the game, the love to play games, the love to play. So I would like to start my speech here by mentioning that we're all here together for love for the game. I'm happy to talk to you about my work as an international sports reporter for Dutch television and the ethics and leadership related to top-level professional sports. I've traveled to the Grand Slam tennis tournaments, covered 5 World Cup football tournaments, and 7 Summer and Winter Olympics. And there was a technical staff member of the Korean national football team in 2002 that advanced to the semi-finals of the first World Cup football being held in Asia, in Korea and Japan. But now we will watch, in 1 month from now, the World Cup football played in Qatar. The second Asian World Cup football in the history of the game. Worldwide, but certainly in the European countries that participate in the World Cup, there's a lot of discussion whether it's ethical to participate. And when you participate, how do you do this in an ethical way? This question is not only asked because of corruption in the bidding process, but also because of the violation of the rights of the LGBTI community in Qatar and the abuse of migrant workers in Qatar from India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. And there is the ethical subject of the amount of money spent, estimated $10 billion, for stadiums that will be hardly used, maybe in Africa, after the World Cup football finishes in December. So, we as media also have to ask ourselves how to report on the World Cup in Qatar. And as said, especially the Western European media from countries like Denmark, England, Norway, Germany, France will do that. And I know that media organizations are considering a different approach to neglect the Qatar promotion around the football and instead report on stories that tell more about the violation of human rights in Qatar. In that surrounding of the coverage of the beautiful game of football, on its highest podium, the media need to take responsibility for the ethical questions that are asked for so many years. I love sports, but you also have to look for the threats, especially in the top sports. Another threat for the honesty and fair competition in sports media, where the media could be more active to report about, is the gambling on sports. In the Netherlands, where I come from, with a population of only 70 million people, a little bit more than in Norway, there are 5,603 active legal gambling accounts. An online gambler, basically gambles on sports, loses an average of 153 euros a month. This is legal gambling. An even bigger problem is the illegal gambling. More than a month ago, in a media shuttle bus from the venue of the US Open Grand Slam tennis tournament in Queens, New York, to my hotel in Manhattan, I was sitting beside a lady who is full-time employed, sort of detective, hired by the Women's Tennis Association, the WTA, and the Association of Tennis Professionals, the ATP, to look for illegal gamblers who are live at international tennis tournaments venues and have a gambling advantage of 1 minute and sometimes longer before the tennis images of that tournament can be seen on TV screens, laptops or iPhones all over the world. I asked if I could interview her about this issue, but somehow the request was denied. Gambling is one of the biggest threats for the professional sport, and the media should have a more active role in reporting on this. So during the more than 16 years that Art of Living is in my life, I've always wondered how it would be if a top athlete or a top football team like Barcelona or Manchester United would do the Sudarshan Kriya before they would go on the pitch for a Champions League match. I assume that a lot of people here know the Sudarshan Kriya breathing exercise. So imagine that me walking from the hotel to Stadion Bernabeu or Nou Camp in Barcelona or Old Trafford in Manchester. Sometimes I was wondering how it would be if that team would have done the Sudarshan Kriya in the morning. Could you imagine with me? That would be wonderful, right? And we all think, but it's hard to prove that Manchester United will be top on the table because of that. Anyway, I tell you, there's a huge gap between the international top sports football teams and the knowledge about breath and the knowledge about what breath can do for you. How meditation is so important to calm the mind, and what a beautiful gift silence is. When we talk about football, the top leagues are more and more money-driven. If you look at the English Premier League, the worldwide TV rights are far more important than the local fan. It's estimated that the Premier League rights will be worldwide sold for the coming 3 years for more than £5 billion. In this environment of prestige, money and pressure, for especially coaches, the technical staff and the players, there's hardly any space for the knowledge we received over the years from our master. Among technical staff and coaches, there's a lot of development in skills that can be measured. It's still focused mainly on the physical part. In the top leagues, it's still considered weak when you would need psychological help. When you would use the word mental coach, it becomes more and more accepted. But to show you weakness in the top leagues, where a lot of money is involved, is still very risky. There is mental help, but it needs to be within the boundaries of what they can understand, what's within their comfort zone of understanding, and acceptable to the media and the fans. We are talking about the fear of officials, coaches, and also players being criticized by the media when they would talk about meditation and the power of breathing and silence, the big mind, all these things. I sometimes can sense the big wall I'm running into when I would even mention meditation among coaches and players. There are some openings, especially in the smaller professional sports, that are not strongly dominated by huge amounts of money. Over the last 15 years, I've felt that sometimes I've lived in two worlds. I live in a world with the tools and knowledge of Vedanta and Gurudev, and I live in the world of journalism, in sports where I love to commentate and interact with top players, top coaches like Mourinho, Wenger, like Roger Federer or Rafael Nadal. But I feel the gap, I feel the distance. When you talk about the role of the media and how the media can be more ethical or helpful, it starts with myself. I have to be more open about the wonderful knowledge I received over the years among players and coaches. We all have to be more alert and open with a smile when we are in contact with top athletes and top coaches and the sports journalist. And we might have to think about how we communicate our ethical mission to the world of top sport. But the sports media is ready for a change. But it starts with me, with us, with our whole community, to dare to approach the media with the knowledge we have. And the word is here, I think I can use, you all understand, sankalpa. When you put all sankalpa on this, one day a big star like Cristiano Ronaldo, Novak Djokovic, or the NBA basketball player LeBron James will embrace divine knowledge and the wonderful art of living tools and will speak here at the summit about ethics and sports. I really have enjoyed that a lot of Indian top athletes embraced the knowledge, embraced ethics and sports, embraced Gurudev, what we've seen here over the coming 2 years. And I'm really, really very happy with that. And we still continue this afternoon with a wrestler and a boxer, so I have to mind my words. But if we can get a world star embracing ethics and sports, embracing Gurudev, that will give a tremendous boost to our organization, and the ethical approach of the media towards the knowledge and methods that changed our lives and that changed my life. Thank you.
Yeah, and you also studies Vedanta philosophy, and you're practicing art of living since last many years.
Yes.
And it is very much reflecting in your speech. I fully agree with that. There is a gap between all the international, high-level sports and the knowledge of breath, and see that how we can bring this knowledge to them.
Yeah, there is a gap. I mean, there are also positive things to yesterday we spoke, I think, with Anya, I don't remember, about the Chicago Bulls meditating before the matches in their time, that they were great. So there are good examples, but from my feeling in the top world of football, there is still a big gap.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Ian. Thanks for this wonderful insight. And we quickly move on to our next speaker, Yogeshwar Dutt ji. I will introduce you with the Yogeshwar ji. He's a freestyle wrestler and the Olympic bronze medalist from India. Also in 2012, he won the Summer Olympic gold medal. He was also awarded with the Padma Shri by the Government of India. And he's coming from a very simple background, from a small village of Haryana, and from there he has excelled all the way to the international competitions and Olympics. योगेश्वर जी, आप हिंदी में बात करें कैसे? हिंदी। आपकी जो पूरी जर्नी रही है, गांव से लेकर आप ओलंपिक मेडल जीते, आज इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे आपका इतना नाम है, डेफिनेटली आपके जीवन में मूल्य के बिना ये संभव नहीं था, और आज आप एक यूथ आइकन है देश के लिए। तो क्या होनी चाहिए लीडरशिप और क्या होने चाहिए मूल्य एक खिलाड़ी के जीवन में?
सभी को नमस्कार। और आज आपके बीच में आगे बड़ी खुशी हुई, गुरु जी का आशीर्वाद मिला, और आज जो यहाँ पे ये सेमिनार है, संकल्प और नेतृत्व के विषय में बात है कि संकल्प क्या होता है और नेतृत्व क्या होता है। पहले मैं आपको संकल्प के बारे में बताऊंगा, प्रतिज्ञा के बारे में। प्रतिज्ञा जिसने सबसे बड़ी प्रतिज्ञा की वो भीष्म ने की थी, जो देवव्रत से भीष्म बने, आजीवन ब्रह्मचर्य रहने की। हस्तिनापुर का सेनापति रहने की, जिससे पूरी महाभारत तक हुई, पर उन्होंने अपने जो पढ़ लिया था वो नहीं छोड़ा। बचपन में मैंने जब कुश्ती स्टार्ट की, मैं 7 या 8 साल का था। 96 में लिंडर पेश का ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आया था ओलंपिक में। तब मैंने मन में ये ठानी थी कि ओलंपिक मेडल जीतना है मेरे को भी। उससे पहले मेरे को नहीं पता था ओलंपिक क्या होता है। मेरे पिताजी ने बताया, मैं जगह बताता भी हूँ, मेरे पिताजी ने बताया कि वो इसका लिंडर पेश का ओलंपिक में ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आता है, और ये 4 साल में होते हैं, और सभी खेल एक साथ इकट्ठे होते हैं एक पूरे दुनिया के, और वहाँ पे इसका मेडल है। तब मैंने सोची थी, कुछ टाइम में कुश्ती तो करता था मैं, पर मेरे को नहीं पता था ओलंपिक, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, एशियन कुछ का किसी भी चीज़ का नहीं पता था। पर तब मैंने एक, आप संकल्प कह सकते हो उसको, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे संकल्प में ये मेरे को ओलंपिक मेडल जीतना है, वो संकल्प ही है, प्रतिज्ञा ही है। और उसके बीच में बहुत सारी रुकावटें आती हैं, और भगवान, जब हम कोई ऐसी प्रतिज्ञा लेते हैं, ऐसा कोई प्रण लेते हैं, तो भगवान हमारी परीक्षा ही बहुत ज़्यादा लेता है। 96 में जो मैंने सपना देखा था ओलंपिक मेडल का, वो 2012 में जाके पूरा हुआ। देश के लिए मैंने 4 ओलंपिक खेले हैं, पर मेरा तीसरे ओलंपिक में वो सपना पूरा हुआ। 2004 एथेंस ओलंपिक में मैं मेडल के थोड़ा नज़दीक पहुंचा, दूसरी बाउट में हारा। 2008 में और नज़दीक क्वार्टर फाइनल तक मैं पहुंचा। कुछ 8 सेकंड पहले मैं कुछ तैयारी, तो वहाँ भी मेरा मेडल होता। उसके बाद मेरे 2 ऑपरेशन हुए, सर्जरी हुई नी की। 2010 में फिर मेरे को कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के बाद मेरे को नी इंजरी हुई, बैक इंजरी हुई। 2012 में मेरे को मेडल मिला ओलंपिक में, लंदन ओलंपिक में। 2016 का भी ओलंपिक में खेला। पर मैं आपको ये बताता हूँ कि जब आप कोई प्रतिज्ञा करते हैं, संकल्प लेते हो, तो बीच में कठिनाइयाँ बहुत आती है। भगवान परीक्षा अपनी तरफ से लेता है फिर उसकी। अगर आप कोई बिना संकल्प काम करोगे तो आपका उतार चढ़ाव कम आएंगे, उतार चढ़ाव। ऐसे आपका एक जैसे एक लाइन बनती है, जैसे भेड़ चाल होती है, उस रास्ते पे आप चलते रहोगे। जीवन में बिना प्रतिज्ञा के कुछ मिलता नहीं, वैसे बिना संकल्प के कुछ मिलता नहीं। जिसने संकल्प लिया है उसी को मिला सब कुछ, चाहे बात एशियन गेम्स की हो, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स की हो, ओलंपिक की हो, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की हो। बिना बड़ा सपना देखे वो चीज़ें पूरी नहीं हो सकती। और वो सपना आप भी देख सकते हो, हम भी देख सकते हैं, हमारे परिवार वाले भी देख सकते हैं। बात अगर हम नेतृत्व भी करते हैं तो अलग अलग हैं, दो चीज़ें हैं, संकल्प में भी और नेतृत्व में भी। अच्छी और बुरी दोनों चीज़ें हैं। नेतृत्व गलत लोग भी करते हैं, कोई चोर डाकू बदमाश होते हैं, उनका नेतृत्व भी कोई करता है, वो अपनी ताकत को गलत तरीके से यूज करते हैं। संकल्प बहुत से लोग हैं जो गलत चीज़ों का भी लेते हैं कि उन्होंने गलत काम करने, कोई डाका डालना है, कोई बैंक लूटना है। पर हमें संकल्प किस चीज़ का लेना वही मायने रखता है। अच्छी चीज़ का लेना है, समाज की भलाई के लिए लेना है, देश की भलाई के लिए लेना है, देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए लेना है। नेतृत्व किस चीज़ का करना है। मैंने कुश्ती लड़ी, मैंने खुद का नेतृत्व किया, देश का नेतृत्व किया। उसमें मैं जीतता तो देश जीतता, मैं हारता तो देश हारता। क्योंकि हमारा रेसलिंग इंडिविजुअल गेम है, टीम गेम नहीं है ये। टीम गेम में पूरी टीम हारती है। हमारी अगर कुश्ती में 6 वेट हैं, मैं हारा तो मेरे साथ मैं एक ही हारूंगा, पर वो मेरे अंदर की भावना है कि मैं नेतृत्व किस चीज़ का कर रहा था। मैंने अगर देश का नेतृत्व किया हो तो देश हारता है। इसलिए नेतृत्व के बहुत बड़े मायने होते हैं। और जब आपके कंधों पे एक भार पड़ता है, तो जैसे अखिल भाई ने बताया था, प्रेशर, दबाव, वो दबाव सब पे होता है। हम जब संकल्प लेते हैं तब भी दबाव होता है, हम कोई नेतृत्व करते हैं जब उस टाइम भी दबाव होता है। बीच में थोड़ा मेरी हरियाणवी लैंग्वेज है, उसमें थोड़ा आप समझ लेना, और अगर ना समझे तो मैं उसमें कुछ कर नहीं सकता क्योंकि अपनी जो हमारी मदर टंग है उसको हम छोड़ नहीं सकते, हम चाह के भी नहीं छोड़ सकते, वो अपने आप आ ही जाती है वो। और एक कोई हम बना के कुछ सारी चीज़ें बोलते नहीं, जो अंदर से होता है, दिल से होता है, वही बातें बोलते हैं। खेल हमारी ज़िंदगी में इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि खेल से हमें गिरना आता है, उठना आता है, चलना आता है। एक टीम जो कॉम्बिनेशन होता है वो खेल से ही आता है। और खेल जीवन के हर मोड़ पे काम आता है। बिना खेल के किसी भी तरीके से ना तो हमारे शरीर का विकास होता, ना मानसिक विकास होता। इसलिए खेल जरूरी इसलिए है। ये तो लोग तो ओलंपिक है, पहले तो ओलंपिक के कुछ भी नहीं थे 100 साल पहले तो, पर फिर भी लोग खेलते थे। मल्लयुद्ध था, लोग गांव में खो खो खेलते थे, कबड्डी खेलते थे, वो अपने आप को फिट रखने के लिए वो चीज़ें होती थी। उसके बाद ये ओलंपिक आए, अब थोड़ा इसकी रूपरेखा पूरी तरह बदल चुकी है, पर मैं फिर भी यही बोलता हूँ कि खेल हमारी ज़िंदगी का एक अहम अंग है। इससे हम ना चाहते हो भी हमें जीतने का जज्बा आएगा, लड़ने का जज्बा आएगा, और जो लीडरशिप है वो भी आएगी। आप टीम गेम खेलोगे तभी भी आप में वो चीज़ें आएंगी। भगवान वो चीज़ें ऑटोमेटिकली दे देता, आप ना चाहोगे तभी भी वो चीज़ें आपके अंदर आएंगी। इसलिए पॉजिटिव हमेशा सोचना चाहिए। पॉजिटिव वे में हम चलेंगे, कुछ अच्छा करने की दिशा में चलेंगे तो दुगनी एनर्जी के साथ हम वो कार्य करेंगे। और जब बात देश की आती है तो हमें नहीं पता हमारे अंदर कितनी ऊर्जा, कितनी एनर्जी आती है। इसलिए मेरे जीवन का थोड़ा यही संघर्ष रहा है, काफ़ी मुश्किलों भरा मेरा कुश्ती कैरियर रहा है। और कोई भी इंसान हो, उसके सभी के कैरियर में मुसीबतें ज़रूर आती हैं, अच्छाई बुराई, क्योंकि इंसान हैं, सभी परिवार वाले हैं। परिवार में किसी न किसी की डेथ भी होती है, वो बुरा टाइम होता है। मैं आपको अपनी एक जो संकल्प की बात है बताता हूँ। 2006 एशियन गेम से पहले 2 दिन पहले मेरे पिताजी का स्वर्गवास हुआ। पर उनका सपना था कि वो क्योंकि एशियन गेम्स से कि मैं एशियन गेम्स में गोल्ड जीतूं। मैं ना चाहते हुए भी मेरे परिवार वालों ने, मेरे गुरुजी ने मेरे को भेजा कि तेरे को जाना चाहिए, तेरे पिताजी का सपना था ये। वहाँ पे मेरा 2006 में ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आया। पर मैंने जो मेरे पिताजी का सपना था वो था गोल्ड का। वो गोल्ड मैंने 2014 एशियन गेम्स में जीता, क्योंकि वो एक मेरे लिए संकल्प बना था कि जो सपना मेरे पिताजी ने देखा वो मेरे को पूरा करना है। जो सपना देशवासी देखते हैं, हमारे माँ बाप देखते हैं, उसको हम अपना संकल्प बनाएं। किसी और की खुशी, उसको खुश करने के लिए, उसको वो खुशी देने के लिए हम वो संकल्प बनाएं, तभी वो चीज़ें मिलेंगी। और यहाँ आके बहुत अच्छा लगा। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you. So Yogeshwarji is saying that, to reach to this level, you need a strong dedication, willpower, intention, believe in yourself, and the hard work. All this put together, and definitely you can do whatever you want in your life. Thank you, Yogeshwarji. Now we have a next speaker, is also a very famous sports personality from India, Akhil Kumar ji. He is an Indian boxer who has won several international national medals. He is an Olympic medalist, Commonwealth Game medalist, and Arjun awardee. Over to you, Akhil Kumar ji.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं इतना अच्छा वक्ता हूँ नहीं, इसलिए माइक सामने जब आता है तो मैं डर जाता हूँ। तो कुछ अगर मुझसे गलत शब्द निकल जाएं तो मुझे क्षमा करना, ये मेरे एथिक्स हैं। तो तो पहले ही माफ़ी मांग ले रहा हूँ मैं, क्योंकि मतलब बात करते करते एकदम वो स्पोर्ट्स वाली बात है, जो खेलता भी अग्रेशन में ही था, तो वो बची हुई है अभी वो चीज़ें। तो इसलिए मैं कह ही रहा हूँ कि जैसे माइक मेरे सामने आता तो मैं बोल नहीं पाता, और लगभग यही सोच रहा था, सब कोई लिख के ला रहा है तो योगेश्वर दत्त बिना लिखे बोल रहा है, देख के बिना देखे, तो बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा था मुझे कि रियल में खिलाड़ी तो ऐसे ही होते हैं। फिर साथ में सोच भी ये भी रहा था क्या बोलूँ, किससे शुरुआत करूँ। तो फिर मुझे एक दोहा याद आया, कविता हुआ करती है अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की, क्या हार में क्या जीत में, किंचित नहीं भयभीत में, संघर्ष पथ पर जो मिले यह भी सही वो भी सही। जैसा कि मैंने पहले ही कहा कि अगर मुझसे कोई गलती हो जाए या मेरे शब्दों का चयन अच्छा ना हो तो मुझे क्षमा कर देना, ये मेरे एथिक्स हैं। तो स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर एथिक्स, बिना एथिक्स के स्पोर्ट्स हो ही नहीं सकता, और बिना एथिक्स को तोड़े स्पोर्ट्स में आगे बढ़ा ही नहीं जा सकता। दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं, मेरा ये मानना है। क्योंकि जब हम खेलने के लिए जाते हैं तो एक ही मकसद होता है कि हमें जीतना है, चाहे वो जीत कैसे ही आए। कोई नहीं देखता उस टाइम एथिक्स के बारे में, और मेरा मन करता है कि मैं सीधी और देसी बात करूं तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है मुझे, इसलिए मैं सीधी बात कर रहा हूं। कोई नहीं सोचता उस टाइम एथिक्स के बारे में। अगर मैं एथिक्स में पड़ गया, यार उसको रिस्पेक्ट देना है। लाइक मैं बॉक्सिंग का प्लेयर हूँ, योगेश्वर भाई अपना क्या नाम है रेसलिंग के हैं, भाई उसको सामने वाले को चोट ना लगे, वो भी तो एथिक्स ही है ना। हाँ, मर्यादा में रह के रूल हैं, जो नियम बना रखे हैं उनका उल्लंघन ना करना, वो एथिक्स है। तो हम उन नियमों का पालन भी करते हैं। तो दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं कि एथिक्स है उनका भी पालन करना है, लेकिन साथ के साथ हमें जीतना भी है। रही लीडरशिप की क्वालिटी, जो एथिक्स को समझ सकता है, जिसके अंदर एथिक्स हैं जो उनको तोड़ने की और उनको निभाने की क्षमता है, वो बढ़िया लीडरशिप हो गई उसके अंदर अपने आप ही लीडरशिप की क्वालिटी रहेगी कि भाई किसको कहाँ कब दाव लगाना है, किससे कब कहाँ अपने पंचों से स्कोर अंकित करना है। हमें जीतना है, मकसद क्या है, हमें जीत चाहिए। और हर कोई विजेता को लाइक करता है, चाहे कोई भी हो। ये बात कहे कि नहीं भाई एथिक्स में रहो, आप सामने वाले की रिस्पेक्ट करो। अगर आप रिस्पेक्ट में लग गए ना तो फिर खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है। जब तक प्रतियोगिता में कंपटीशन की भावना नहीं होगी तो आप जीतोगे नहीं। आप क्यों ट्रेनिंग करोगे कि भाई मुझे ट्रेनिंग करनी है, मुझे जीतना है, उससे आगे आना है। लेकिन उसको सम्मान देके जीतना भी है, तो उसके अंदर लीडरशिप की क्वालिटी भी आ गई। तो स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन एक अच्छा सम्मान देने वाला, एथिक्स मूल्यों को समझने वाला, जो नैतिक शिक्षा है उसका पालन करने वाला, और उसके अंदर अपने आप ही एक लीडरशिप क्वालिटी अपने आप ही उत्पन्न होती है। मेरा ये मानना है। बाकी सबने बड़ी अच्छी अच्छी बातें कही, और मैं समझता हूँ कि किसी भी तरीके से कि स्पोर्ट्स को समझा जाए अच्छे से तो स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन आज की डेट में कुछ भी कर सकता है। और जो मेरा क्वेश्चन था गुरुजी से कि किस तरीके से क्या किया जा सकता है कि हम विचलित ना हो। कोई कितने से कितना बड़ा धुरंधर हो, जितना बड़ा धुरंधर होगा उसको उतना ज़्यादा डर रहेगा। शायद मैं ठीक कह रहा हूँ। जिसकी जैसे जैसे अचीवमेंट आती है उसके ऊपर वैसे ही प्रेशर स्टार्ट हो जाता है कि मुझे अपना नाम मेंटेन रखना है, और सारा हरियाणवी में कहते हैं कि सारा ये रोड़ा नाम का प्रेशर का है भाई, है ना। तो कहने का मतलब मेरा ये है सिर्फ कि एथिक्स और लीडरशिप दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं। जो इस चीज़ को समझ सकता है वो खिलाड़ी अच्छे से समझ जाता है। एक अच्छा खिलाड़ी, उसके अंदर एथिक्स भी अच्छे रहेंगे, उसके अंदर लीडरशिप की भावना भी रहेगी। अपवाद आपको हर जगह मिलेंगे, आपके यहाँ पे भी मिलेंगे, स्पोर्ट्स में भी मिलेंगे, गवर्नमेंट में भी मिलेंगे, हर एक जगह है। तो इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा। फिर से अपने एथिक्स के अनुसार क्षमा चाहूँगा अगर मुझसे कुछ गलती हुई हो, मेरे शब्दों का चयन अच्छा ना हुआ हो। नमस्कार।
अखिल कुमार जी, आप बॉक्सिंग के साथ बोलते भी बहुत अच्छा है। ऐसे आपको लग रहा था कि आप नहीं बोल पा रहे। Yes, he's saying that ethics very much complements to the games, and it's a fine balance. Like, you respect your opponents, at the same time you have to have that spirit of competitiveness. Yeah, you are there to win the games, but you also follow the rules and ethics of the games. Yeah, very nice, Akhil Kumar ji. Thank you, thank you. And we have our next speaker, Bilkis. Bilkis Mir, she is a water sports coach, and she was also a judge in the Asian Games 2022 from India.
Thank you so much. Good evening, all members present here. I am personally very thankful to the President, Managing Director, and the members of World Forum for Ethics in Business for inviting me here. It is indeed a very pleasant, out-of-world experience for me to be here in such godly campus. It is the best thing that our Guruji has given to the world. It is really amazing, wonderful, and unique, thanks to Guruji. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am going to speak here is my personal, practical experience in my 21 years of playing, coaching, and working in sports. Definitely, there has been a lot of present change in the outlook toward gender equality in sports. However, much more is required to be done on ground. I am from Jammu and Kashmir, where women are considered only housemaker and not exposed to be outdoor activities, especially in sports. In fact, to run, they were required to wear a burqa. But slowly, the woman has been able to protest against this mindset to compete in sports. In present scenario, women are coming up in a big number and getting professional inputs to compete in national and international level. I remember my initial entry in sports around 2000. I used to wear a tracksuit and oftenly heard the comments that I am going to spoil girls, as they felt that tracksuit, sports-related dresses was not acceptable in our society. Also, they felt that water sports is not a field for women. It is very important, necessary, and appropriate to give a woman equal space to play and compete in all sports events where men are allowed it. I strongly feel that there should be equal opportunities and support. From ages, women are being deprived of their rights and considered a weaker sex. I have noticed in schools and colleges that the girls and women are not given the required initial push and have been deprived, get exposed in sports-related activities. They are still shy to come forward. We need to give aggressive mental push in this direction at homes, schools, colleges, wherever there is any competition organized at any level. Participation of women should be compulsory. This should be implemented right for inter-school competitions, inter-college competitions, inter-university competitions, and national competitions at international and leading Olympics. The above can be only possible if number of women in management of sports organizations, decision makings, and coaching competition exposure at national and international level. There should be equal representation in federations, sports associations, related sports bodies, including technical committee right from school level upwards. There should be an equal coverage in media and electronic media, print media and electronic media. The prize money given by government and sponsor should be equal. The sports quota for jobs should be equal too. In other words, in any sports-related reservation, both in non-government and government should be equal too. It has been noticed that though there are many related instructions and requirements, but practically it is not implemented on ground. My friends, let me give the example. In the recent National Games, 36th National Games, which was held at Gujarat, in my event canoeing, there were 27 technical officials nominated, but unfortunate, there were only 2 women, including me. Women are generally very sincere, focused, hard work, and target-oriented, as they want to shine in whatever they do. I'm sure all of you may be aware that women have excelled in all fields, right from board exams, state and national level, professional competitions, and you name any organization, and their name will be appear in the top first. In sports, women brought more medals in Olympics, in Asian Games, though their number compared to men was less in our country. This is the power of women. This is the power of women. We need to give them equality and equal opportunities. Our present president of India is a woman, and we are proud of her. It is strongly felt that there should be a law for 50% representation at all levels of competition, at national and international. I am very hopeful that it will happen soon. Let me tell my sisters that there will be many obstacles, setbacks, failures, but do not give up. I never felt a defeat, never ever. I took each challenge as opportunity. Girls, if you want to achieve something, you will be on top, as there are many women role models to motivate you. In Kashmir itself, today in my center, there are more than 300 girls from tender age upwards are coming daily for coaching, and 50% of medal winners in national competitions are won by women paddlers for Jammu and Kashmir. There are many countries and organizations, including big business houses, being headed by women and being managed very professionally and effectively. My message to women is have focused, target to be always on top in every field. Women do not want reservation, but equal representation and equal status with equal ability. मैं जहाँ से आ रही थी, जम्मू कश्मीर से जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया, मैं टूटी बहुत, मगर हार कभी नहीं मानी. अगर मैं हारती, शायद आने वाले दौर में जो जम्मू कश्मीर में आज लड़कियां स्पोर्ट्स में आ रही है, शायद उन लड़कियों की हार होती अगर बिल्किस हार जाती तब. मेरे प्लेइंग कैरियर में मैं डिप्रेशन में भी गई, क्योंकि इनिशियली जब मैं उस स्टेट से आ रही हूँ जहाँ लड़कियों का बाहर जाना बहुत ही मना था, मगर मैंने कभी हार नहीं मानी. और मेरी माँ का कहना था, बिल्किस जब तक आप अपने आप को साबित नहीं करोगे, लोग आपको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे. मेरा ख्वाब, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा ऑफर्स आए, चाहे वो यूरोप में, चाहे वो इंडिया में भी बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में, मगर मैं जम्मू कश्मीर इसलिए वापस गई कि मैंने वहाँ से एक बिल्किस नहीं, 1000 बिल्किस निकालनी है, जो ना कि यूटी बल्कि हमारे मुल्क को ओलंपिक पोडियम तक पहुँचाएंगे. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Bilkis. We need more women sports leaders like you in this country who can inspire many more women to participate and represent the country. Thank you. And now we have our last speaker, Akash Sharma, who is a professional tennis player, who's played many tournaments on the national level, and also director of the Art of Living. Akash Sharma.
Good evening, everybody. All these super achievers in the different respective fields have said so much about ethics and leadership. I think there's no need to say more. I will just say one thing, that we have example in front of us. If we follow ethics in sports, we can reach to this level. If you see Yogeshwar Dutt, where he trained from the village, where he reached now to Olympic bronze medal, and the hardship he has seen, same with Akhil Kumar, same with Bilkis Birji. The hardship they have seen, without no support, they have reached to the level of Olympics and winning medals, just because they were following their ethics. So I think we should clap for them once again. So it's only greed which, when we lose our ethics of name, fame, or greed for more money. And then we have seen a lot of players have deframed so much the name frame, because of they lose ethics, they get into this money trap. But if you follow ethics, I'm telling you, you'll be more content, you'll be more happier, and you will achieve more heights in whatever field you are in. I'm right, everybody? Yogeshwar ji? So everybody has reached the maximum potential. They're very happy. They all are contributing to the society in whatever way they can by following ethics. And I'm very grateful that these personalities have come here, share their experience, their views, so that all of us can get benefit out of it, and just spread it around and make this ethics and leadership part of every sports person life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Akash. Thank you, Akash. Wow. What a wonderful conference we had in last 2 days with all the luminaries of great speakers with us. And may I invite Rajita ji and Christoph to honor our all the speakers. For me, the highlight of this conference was just one question that Gurudev has put in front of us. Should we take sports seriously or the life seriously? This one question, it says everything about this conference and, whether we should have ethics or what kind of leadership. He himself is a leader, and he has created a new model in the society now, which everyone is speaking about. It's a transformational leadership. So I think in sports also we should have a transformational leaders, who can lead by the examples. Yeah. So let's honor our speakers and
let's give us a big round of applause for Darshak for great moderation. And
over to you.
Starting with this panel, I was thinking this is going to be difficult. It was full Gurudev left, but we actually had standing ovations in this panel. Amazing. And let's felicitate the distinguished speakers. Ankush Chada, please. We have Sampath and Captain Panda from the university. We need one more. One more. We need one more. You can bring it. Okay. And Darshak ji? We need one more. And I would like to request Sampath to do a short announcement.
Thank you all for coming. And while we are ending this beautiful conference, we have a very special guest to give a very special gift to the Sri Sri University cricket team. So we have the founder, director of Moonwalker Sporting Innovations, Mr. Sanath Reddy, with his revolutionary cricket gear. We have one of the best cricket gears that are being manufactured right here in Bangalore and being used by the top international cricketers. I request the Captain Anivar Junjunwala, Vice Captain Manav Sharma of the Sri Sri University cricket team, and the Director of Sports, Mr. Chandrasekhar Panda, to come on stage and receive the gifts. I request Sanat to hand over the most famous thigh guard, which is got a custom print of Sri Sri University, to Mr. Manav Sharma, the Vice Captain of the Sri Sri University cricket team. I request the Director of Moonwalker, Mrs. Padma Reddy, to also gift the leg guards to the captain of the Sri Sri University team, to Anivar Junjunwala, the captain of the Sri Sri University cricket team. And I request Nepal international cricketer Sharad Vasavkar to hand over the revolutionary helmet, which has got 30 ventilations, to Captain Chandrasekhar Panda and the team of Sri Sri University. We request a group photo, and we wish all the best for the Sri Sri University sports to take sports to the next level. And thank you very much for coming and spending time with us.
And last but not least, we would like to invite all of you for a group picture. So we can all come to stage or in front of the stage, and we will take a historic. Yeah. So we can all. May I invite all of us to come here in front? We'll take a very nice group picture, and very important, each and everyone from us from the team. Let's all come in front. Also, all of us doing the technical production, all of us doing the great work with the awards. Everybody, let's come. Yes, please, everybody, we can come. It will be a very nice picture. Like one big team. If you wish. All of us. You want to come? From the production team? Wow, looks great. Now we need a soccer ball. You want to say that?
Yes. Okay. So, as we take this picture, we are going to get a great opportunity to applaud a number of people whose contribution, support, participation was so vital to make this two-day summit, the 6th World Summit on Ethics and Leadership in Sports, such a huge success, grand success. So let's start. Okay, many people, so we have to keep the applause kind of going. So firstly, let's thank all the participants, delegates who participated 2 days. So much engagement, so much energy. All the speakers, we had such incredible speakers. All our media partners. If you notice, we are all over the media. Okay, actually, maybe I say everything and we clap one time. Otherwise, you can't hear what I'm saying. Yeah, you can do some gentle clapping. So all the media partners in the last 2 days, we have been splashed all over the media, social media, digital media, print. We were on TV everywhere. So it is a great, great effort from our media partners. Okay. And we had such a large contingent of students who participated. And first we thought, you know, are they too young? But then when we were listening to all the stories that somebody was 8 years old when when Naren thought he should be a F1 driver, Sindhu was 9 when she started training. So, you know, we had so many young students, and they attended so enthusiastically with so much interest. All our sponsor partners, you know, the names are all here. I'm not going to repeat it, but their support and their...
let's in particular thank Peter Marty and the Dr. Rao Foundation.
Yes, Peter Marty, Dr. Rao Foundation, and Shri Shri Tattva. Shri Shri Tattva, who sponsored all the beautiful nutrition and wellness kits that all the speakers got, and there are so many sponsors. Then the category comes of our host team, the entire ashram team, and I'm going to take all categories of departments. The entire housing team, they made our stay so comfortable, so easy, so wonderful. The entire transport team, we were almost like flying from one place to the other, and they were accommodating all that. So the whole transport team, the kitchen team, such delicious food for these 2 days, great food. Then all the team which was working to support all our speakers, guests, the guest relations, those who were escorting, they took time off from their work and they were supporting everybody. So many of you are here, I can see. Then escort, guest, the security team. Like yesterday we had the ministers, so many movement, the security team, the ashram administrators are here, Manak ji, Nishan ji, the entire events team who stayed up till 3 in the morning. You know, it is important to mention here that just last week, like less than 5 days ago, there were 100,000 guests in this center. And we had just come out of a 9-day celebration. And then to come out and, you know, organize everything without any sense of tiredness. What an amazing spirit it was. So huge hand. And Akhila is here. I want to say Akhila was producing human beings at the minute. We would say we need 3 people to help us, and suddenly 3 people would emerge. So thank you, Akhila, to you and your team. The entire secretariat team from Gurudev's office, they have been unbelievable, really amazing, all of them. The names are many. The Madhurya team who produced the beautiful mementos and the awards that were given. Now in the hall, there were so many things happening. So the gifts team, all the beautiful young and very, very energetic, I think, you know, young team, which was managing, 1 minute lagega. Managing, getting the gifts from up and down, भाग रहे थे, बड़े वो sportsman ही हैं, ऊपर से नीचे सारे gifts 2 दिन के लिए किया. The whole logistics of the hall, the audio-visual team, all of you in all audio-visual. Audio-visual and the publication team doing interviews, taking bites, taking photographs, capturing it for posterity. The events team, all the moderators of all the sessions, great job by everybody. Then the World Forum for Arts and Culture team, which had like a dramatic culture event for us last evening. What a beautiful program they curated. So for all of them. And now I'm coming to the core WFEB team. Did I miss anybody from? Yeah, the SSU team. The SSU team which came here, the students. And all of the people on the console there. It's part of the AV, but the console, music, all of you. Yeah, all the technology and telecommunication team who were giving us Wi-Fi as fast as we were getting water over here. So thank you for that. Anyone else from here? Huh? Translation, transcription team, because this is going to be now documented into a beautiful outcome note. So there was a lot of parallel transcription and documentation going on, so all of them. The live webcast team, Harshal and his whole team. The Art of Living social media team, all of them. And now I come to the core WFEB team. We call this the Friday afternoon meeting team. So I want to start with Peter. Peter was there every Friday for our meetings. Peter, thank you so much. Also to your team at Marty Communications. They are not here now. They are in Switzerland. And they helped so much creating the landing page, doing all the back-end work. Huge effort by you and your team. Inge, sometimes from the mountain, sometimes from a ski slope, sometimes from a train, but you always join the Friday meeting. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your presence. Then the entire India team, Akash, Shruti, Suniti, Saurabh, Pushpdant, Milind, all of you who supported Sampath. Who am I missing? If I'm missing, then all of you are included. And Kirstine, Neringa, Dhruti, Anya, Valentina, all of you, silent but super powerful workers. And Mani, Jyoti, thank you for supporting from the back, really being available. Evolved, Lillian, they are not here, from our WFEB team, the entire board of WFEB, Joe Linen, Narjdeva, Sanjay Pradhan, all of them who were part of the organizing but are not physically present here. Big hand, Christoph, what an awesome effort. And a huge bow of gratitude, I think, to all the Art of Living trusts in Ashram here, all the trustees, all the teams. They were there with us in spirit. And to Bhanu Didi, Gurudev's sister, and to Gurudev himself for being with us, giving us so much time, and making sure these 2 days was so memorable. And Swami Jyotirmaya, I'm sorry, I forgot that, Swami Jyotirmaya. Yeah, moderators. So big hand. Thank you for being part of this great event.
And also a big round of applause to Rachita. Thank you. Now, Peter has kindly imported from Switzerland Swiss chocolate, which has been stored under the speaker's podium and has disappeared. So if we find it, it will come to you in a minute. But now let's take the picture, let's smile. Let's do it. Can everybody take a very nice, can you take a pose, some sports pose? What is your sports pose? And let's take that historic picture, come.